Welcome to the Tank Museum and to TANKFEST 2026. My name's Nick Wyness and I'm marking my 18th TANKFEST already.
And I'm Richard Cutland from World of Tanks and a former
World
tanky.
of Twanks.
What, like you said?
I did.
And former tanky with the Royal Tank Regiment.
And I'm David Baggely. I come from World of Tanks 2. I'm the head of community. So what's going on today?
So, Nick, what is TANKFEST?
TANKFEST is the world's finest display of historic moving armour. You can see a little bit behind us in the tank park there, but we've got living history reenactments as well, and that's before you go inside the museum and explore what is a fine collection of vehicles.
And what have we got coming up? We'll settle in for the next 3+ hours. We've got some amazing parts of the show to show you. Of course, it goes without saying, we've got the arena displays. We've also got the reenactments. We've also visiting lots and lots of other places. We've got interviews of behind the scenes. And we're also going to take a quick trip to Samir to see how they've been getting on with a rather special restoration. But, of course, the very special news for TANKFEST 2026 was the first public viewing of Challenger 3, and we'll be talking much more about that and, of course, seeing the vehicle in action later on.
But, of course, the Tank Museum, don't forget, is a registered charity, and if you're appreciating the work we do in this fully live stream, we'd really appreciate your support. There are many different ways you can support us. You can go to our online shop, tankmuseumshop.org, and buy something you never knew you needed from us, but you can also join us on Patreon, YouTube memberships, become a friend of the Tank Museum, and that's something we'll also be telling you a little bit more about later on.
Yep, you should definitely become a friend with the Tank Museum like World of Tanks is with the Tank Museum. And so I'm here to share some of the news. Like for World of Tanks, we have some special in-game discounts going on right now. I know many of you want to know about the discount consumable and otherwise Tech 3 tanks and premium tank discounts. We also have a special prize giveaway going on right now with an RC TOG tank. I'm sure you've seen in Gleamlink. It'll be there every 2 minutes. And of course, for everybody on Twitch, you are here for the Twitch drops information, which requires me to flip the paper. And so after 60 minutes, you will have a chance of crew books or the Tier 10 Badger Tech 3 tank Mordred 3D style, or the Tier 8 Premium Tank ST66. After 120 minutes, you will have a chance, or you will receive 2 TANKFEST Token Store tokens, which you can get some really cool tanks from there, as well as Richard's Commander, which is always good to get. And after 180 minutes, there's a chance of personal reserves, the Granite 3D style for the IS-4, or the Tier 9 French premium tank, the Char MLE. And I think that's everything that I've got to cover from
Well
there.
done, David.
Well, as you know, we always like to open TANKFEST with a bang. And of course, TANKFEST as an event is great fun, but we have to remember that there is, of course, a really serious side to this too, as we're going to see in our first video.
Iraq, June 2004. A rocket-propelled grenade slams into the front of a Warrior infantry fighting vehicle. Suddenly, an entire troop is enveloped in the chaos of an enemy ambush. The RPG round strikes inches from the driver's head. He's stunned and bleeding. His commander is incapacitated. Many of the vehicle's occupants are wounded and choked by the rising smoke. Despite his own life-threatening injuries, and with no communication to the rest of the troop, he manages to gain control of the Warrior. The blood pouring from his head obscures his vision, but he forces the Warrior out of the ambush and into safety, before finally losing the battle to stay conscious. Just a few weeks before, that same driver was at the head of a column of warriors sent to rescue a foot patrol from another enemy ambush. Pounded by enemy fire and repeated RPG strikes, the Warrior is hit again and again. Radio comms are down, and the vision blocks are smashed. The commander and the gunner are both wounded. Unable to see, unable to communicate, and unsure if the rest of his crew are even alive, he is forced to act alone. He flings open his hatch so he can see his way forward. Now, exposed to enemy fire, he drives his burning, smoke-filled vehicle through the ambush, leading 5 other warriors and their occupants to safety. But he does not stop there. Still under fire, he pulls his wounded crew to safety, returning again and again to the stricken vehicle as it begins to burn. These 2 individual acts of heroism, carried out under intense enemy fire and at extraordinary personal risk, saved the lives of his fellow soldiers and earned Private Johnson Bahari the Victoria Cross. The Victoria Cross is the United Kingdom's highest award for valour in the presence of the enemy. Since the end of World War II, just 15 have been presented. Today, the Victoria Cross remains a mark of rare and extraordinary courage, of selflessness and devotion to others. Saturday the 27th of June is Armed Forces Day, a national event that recognises the contribution of the serving and former Armed Forces community. We are therefore honoured to welcome Johnson Bahari, VC, to open TANKFEST 2026, riding in one of the Warriors he drove in Iraq 22 years ago.
This weekend I'm going to get to drive this vehicle again for the TANKFEST. I'm looking forward to it. Why? Because there's a part of me that's still on the battlefield. I'm hoping that starting up the engine, hearing it again, driving it, packing it up and switch it off would give me that closure I'm looking for. If I don't get anything out of it and I could get that closure and I manage to mentally leave the battlefield, achieve something.
How you doing? It's an emotional moment. First time this tank's been driven by Johnson, and he's come out to do this for us today for you. I've got one thing to ask you to do. I need you to officially open TANKFEST 2026. Can you do that for us?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to declare TANKFEST 2026 open.
What a way to start TANKFEST 2026.
Now, wasn't that incredible, Nick? What a sight to see. Challenger
Absolutely.
1, 2, and 3.
I know, it's incredible. We're so fortunate to, and it's the first time that the Challenger 1, 2, and 3 have all been seen together, certainly in the world, let alone just here in our arena. And yeah, what do you think is the next tanky of the way the Challenger 3 looks? Can you see yourself driving one?
Yes, we're not going to go too much into detail because there's a lovely video coming up about all of that. But could I see myself? Of course, if I was a much younger man, because I feel I probably struggle to get in the driver's cab at the moment.
Well, I say Challenger 3, it's the next generation British Army main battle tank. And our next video has Chris Copson, who's going to tell us a little bit more about it.
On Friday, we were delighted to see something special. The first public appearance of Challenger 3, the British Army's new main battle tank. So new that it hasn't yet entered regimental service. Challenger 3 represents a huge step forward in tank technology. A new smoothbore main gun, compatible with NATO ammunition, and fully digital plug-and-play architecture. Challenger 3 embodies all the traditional qualities of the British main battle tank. Hard-hitting and heavily armoured, but is also capable of infinite development as the situation dictates. This is the face of the future, a modern main battle tank designed for NATO high-intensity combat. I'm delighted to introduce Nick Bircham from RBSL. Nick, you're going to fill us in on some of the detail about Challenger 3. Now, just to begin with, and certainly to the uninitiated, this will look remarkably similar to Challenger 1 and Challenger 2. In broad terms, what's different? What is improved?
Well, so much has changed. It's hard to know where to start. But in the interest of brevity, first thing is the armour. So this is the latest iteration of British modular armour, which has proved its success in Ukraine on Challenger 2. Secondly, it's the new gun. So the smoothbore 120mm L55 gun is a NATO standard weapon, and it can take any ammunition from an accredited NATO country, which will bring huge logistic improvements. And then finally, this is the first all-digital main battle tank turret in the world. It will massively simplify the commander's job, and for the first time, for example, we have 24-hour day and night hunter-killer capability, so that the commander and gunner can hand off targets to one another seamlessly.
And there are some people who have queried the idea that the tank has a place on the future battlefield. How exactly would you say that Challenger 3 is adapted to cope with all that?
Well, as you said, the battlefield's changing. And the main thing is that the battlefield is now so heavily scanned and surveyed that we have to really expect to be picked up and therefore probably engaged. So we have to be able to survive a few hits. British modular armour fitted on this vehicle will enable us to do that. Secondly, we have AI in the vehicle, so that the commander's station is supported with automatic tracking and monitoring of targets. We have an active protection system, which is capable of defeating incoming missiles and automatically detecting them. We have a laser warning system, which will cue the commander to laser threats, and remains at the heart of the British Army's 20-40-40 battlefield design.
Now, we've dealt with lethality, we have dealt with protection. I suppose the final element, the last bit of the iron triangle, mobility. How is Challenger 3 improved?
Well, the power pack on the vehicle has had some adjustments, so that at low revolutions you get much higher torque, and that means it'll be much more agile and manoeuvrable at low speeds.
Yeah, we're still using the Cummins diesel, aren't we?
Yeah. Secondly, we have the Generation 3 hydrogas, which effectively enables the tank to squash bumps more easily, which means that power from the engine can go into speed and manoeuvrability rather than overcoming bumps. And then the final thing is, and it seems a simple thing, but we have a driver's rear view camera. So that means that the driver now can reverse almost as easily as he can go forwards, which will take a huge weight off the commander and free up his time for commanding his tank.
That sounds extraordinary, but after decades of standing in front of a tank, pointing in one direction and another, so the driver goes right. That's a huge improvement. And presumably the increased manoeuvrability, that is going to be extremely useful in complex environment, potentially urban warfare, things
Absolutely.
of that sort.
Yeah, it's exactly what's needed.
Excellent. Nick, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And we're very pleased to now be joined by Mr. Chris Price, the director of the Tank Museum. First of all, Chris, how's your TANKFEST going?
Oh, this TANKFEST they're always great, but this one, the weather's been fantastic. We've had plenty of tanks for people to see. The punters are coming up to me and saying how wonderful it is. What's not to like from my point of view?
And may I just say that the bow tie is absolutely...
Well, I thought I'd represent your former regiment.
Thank you,
so
sir.
I thought look after the Royal Tank Regiment. So.
Thank you very much. Now, Challenger 3, of course, Chris, a surprise for everybody.
It was, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Why was there so much secrecy concerning the unveiling of it?
Well, I had seen on social media that somebody had commented, why is it being kept so secret? And my first reaction was, we'll take a wild stab. Yeah, the reason being, basically, is it is still at the moment, it's not been released to the army. It's still a secret weapon. They want to get it out there in the public, but what they didn't want was all the build-up and all the kind of secrecy around it to be broken down before the event. And I think that's quite, when you think it's a developmental weapon still, effectively, I think that's a fair comment. Plus, also, isn't it nice to give people a surprise, something they didn't expect? Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that great? Doesn't that make people want to come back in case there's something like it again in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, I mean, a lot of us were, of course, incredibly surprised to see it in the first place, considering it's not in service. And
Well, there was quite a lot of last-minute wrangling, but we got.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Now, other things, restoration projects we always like chatting about with
We do
you.
indeed.
King Tiger, obviously the biggie for the next few years, I imagine. How's it going?
It's going very, very well. The fundraising efforts that come in have really enabled us to really put some momentum behind the effort. There's still bits missing that we've got to go out and find, obviously, but fundamentally what we've now got to a point very close to the end of the stripped down stage. So we're beginning to know exactly what we've got and exactly the size of the apple we've got to eat to build this back up to a working King Tiger. So I would say it's on track. In fact, let's be optimistic. I think we're slightly ahead of track, but my engineers will...
Brave
but
thing
my
to say.
engineers will be, if they're watching this now, will probably be kicking the TV or whatever, or the computer. But no, I think we're on track. We're doing what we said we were going to do. And just if the more that money can come in, the more confidence we'll get to keep pushing forward with it.
And we'll be having, obviously, later on in the show, we'll be having a much larger update about how they're getting on that restoration.
So as a charity, why is Friends of the Museum such an important thing for you?
Well, I think charities are there for public benefit. They're there because a lot of people believe we're just a collection of tanks and it's all about getting tanks going, but it's not. It's all about the educational side of what we do and giving something back to society as a charity. And for us, the Friends are key to that. Having people engaged in what we're doing, the people we can talk to, the people we can take counsel from, but also the point is they're giving something back to that charitable function of this museum. And yes, some of that money does go towards restoration, but an awful lot of it goes towards making sure that the world of tanks that we now all live in and we're sponsored by is able to be broadcast to the world.
Chris, thank you so much for taking time out to join us here. I mean, firstly, obviously for you and all your staff, amazing event as always. And we saw there from Chris talking about the Friends, and here's a video about how you can join the Friends.
The Friends of the Tank Museum, because this history doesn't look after itself. Your support ensures that the story of the tank and the people that served in them is safe forever. The Friends of the Tank Museum is a global body of supporters who share one passion: preserving the world's finest collection of tanks. Join today. Support our work. Shape our future. Get closer to the collection. tankmuseum.org/friends.
And now it's time for the giveaway, where you'll have a chance to earn something that looks a lot like this. So one and only TOG 2. All you have to do is make sure you enter into the Gleam link, provide your details. It will be going live on Friday and Saturday. You'll still have a chance through Sunday. We will announce the winners during the Sunday historical live stream for a chance to win this one-of-a-kind, unique prize created by the community, for the community. So make sure you don't miss out on Sunday's historical live stream from World of Tanks from the Tank Museum. And welcome back. Of course, it's really important to highlight a little bit more information about the TOG2 RC tank giveaway I was speaking about earlier. You may or may not see it driving around by my feet. We'll see how the signal's going on right now. It does even have a firing gun, makes some noise. All you have to do is make sure you keep an eye on Twitch chat, or you can find a Gleam link with this, enter into the details. As long as you're in a viable country that we can ship to, you will have a chance of winning it. It's free. It costs you nothing. You should be all good. And we may, if you're lucky, have another tank to give away, which would be the Tiger 2. So, Richard, what do you think of it?
David, I mean, my one question is, can I please enter, or am I not allowed to?
I will tell people to look out for a Richard Cutland to...
Isn't that absolutely fantastic?
I love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Now, next up is going to be an introduction to one of the morning recaps, which I need to make sure I get this right, which is from the World War I display. And while they may be replicas, they are as close as possible to the original thing. And in fact, you're going to see a Whippet driving around the arena shortly, and it's going to be the first time it's running at TANKFEST.
This is a medium Mark A. This is a Whippet. A Whippet is a small, fast dog. This is, well, fast is probably a bit of a misnomer, but Mark IV, the standard British heavy tank, across country will do 2 miles an hour. This is a replica of Musical Box. Musical Box, one particular tank, in 1918, got behind the German lines, roamed about for about 9 hours, shooting the living daylights out of everything. And this is a replica of D-51, Deborah, the tank that wound up buried in a hole just outside Cambrai at Flequier. Lots of rifle fire. They are firing back. The Whippet and the 2 Mark IVs, one female, big 6-pounder guns, one male, 6-pounder guns, and one female, which is machine gun armed. The idea here is that the males go for the strong points, the females use machine gun fire to knock out the infantry in trenches, to cut them down. These German soldiers, they've seen tanks before, but they're also aware that they are going to be in for it here. No, I think they're thinking the better of it. They are aware that they can't stand up against this combination of infantry and armour. They are retreating. I think they're very wise to do that. They're retreating, they're pushing off, and they will live to fight another day.
The Mark IV is one of the most important tanks during the First World War, and one of the slowest.
It was designed to break through the barbed wire and mud of no man's land, and to provide support for surrounding infantry, which it did at a whopping 2.5 miles per hour. These early British tanks were far from perfect, and the Mark IV was an improved version over previous models, but despite this, it's still probably one of the last tanks you'd ever want to be in. The entire crew is positioned around a 105 horsepower engine, which was not only loud, but was incredibly hot, bringing the internal temperature of the tank up to 50 degrees Celsius. Due to the exhaust design, carbon monoxide leaked into the cab, which meant crews operated whilst suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning. As if that wasn't enough, they'd also be breathing in fumes from the petrol, cordite and smoke building up on the inside, which made it a lot harder to see and think. And speaking of the crew, the tank would be operated by 8 men. Sometimes when tanks were crossing muddy ground, tank commanders even walked ahead of their tanks, testing the thickness of the mud with a cane to see whether or not it was suitable for the tank to cross. The driver, funnily enough, drives, but they aren't able to steer the tank. They can only select whether or not the tank drives forward or in reverse. The steering was left to 2 other members of the crew, the gearsmen. These 2 men changed the gears of the individual tracks, allowing the tank to turn. Because of the required communication between the commander and the gearsman and how loud the tank was, it was common to use hand signals. The final 4 crew members are 2 gunners and 2 loaders, who loaded and fired the 6-pounder guns.
There are also 2 types of these infantry tanks. This particular one is a mail tank, which means it has machine guns in the sponson as well as a 6-pounder gun. And these tanks were primarily used against defensive positions.
This is a female tank, which is armed with machine guns only. These focused on infantry and often drove alongside trenches, allowing the crews to fire down into them. In this case, the final 4 crew members were all machine gunners.
Suffice to say, tank warfare has come a long way over the past century.
You're watching TANKFEST 2026 online. Welcome back, and thank you so much to FAM, talking all about, of course, the most prolific tank of World War I. And we'll have numerous other videos from FAM later on in the show.
And next up is one of my favourites, and I'm sure the favourite of many of the community. It's about from Dunkirk to Normandy, the evolution and transformation of British armoured vehicles going through the World War II period.
Those of you, if you know your wartime history, 1940, the British Expeditionary Force has a pretty torrid time out in France. We leave much of our equipment at Dunkirk. So the British Army are looking, and the British government are looking for other places to get tanks from, especially as our own manufacture tends to go towards aeroplanes to defend Britain and bombers to get back at Germany. So we go to America and order tanks from the Americans. And this is a Grant tank that was used by the British Army. Now, we wanted the Americans to actually make tanks for us, like the Valentine, the yellowy tank in the middle there. But quite rightly, the Americans said, hang on a second, the French are asking us to make tanks too. We're making our own tank. Why don't you buy that? So we very quickly buy into the M3 Grant. We're going to see that later on. We can talk about it more, and the famous M4 Sherman. Meanwhile, back in Britain, Vickers comes along. We're now gearing up, and it says to the War Office in 1938, we can also make you an infantry tank. Now that dinosaur that looked like it's going around in the background, that's actually the 4th type of infantry tank Britain ordered. 1940, we changed the order. You've got to get it right in a year, they said to the company, Vauxhall, who was the parent body. They working with the tank designers at Woolwich. This particular one is the Mark III Churchill that sees action at Dieppe, and it sees action in North Africa at the Battle of Alamein. And it's got that thick armour an infantry tank needs. The Mark VII Churchill has got thicker armour on the front than the famous German Tiger tank. And the very first manuals that went out with these tanks to the troops, if you look at the first page of the manual and it says, sorry lads, we know this has got problems, but we think we better give it to you now than later. It's got a lovely big roomy interior. It's got doors on the side. We can do other things with this vehicle. So we're starting to find the Churchill being used for, you've seen all your D-Day programs, things it can carry a mortar, a petard mortar. It can carry a bridge. Late 30s, as part of this rearmament program, they get 3 companies to come up with a new specification for a scouting vehicle, a scout car, not an armoured car, it's for scouting. The Dingo, it can go 55 miles an hour on the open road. It's got 5 reverse gears. You've got an inch of armour plate on the front to protect you. Carries a 19 radio set. You carry a Bren gun, but really your role is not to fight the enemy. Your role is to find out where they are, back off quick, get that message back to the main force formation. Now that Valentine there, as it moves around, that's a Mark 9 model. It's got the larger gun on it, the British 6-pounder. They got rid of one of the crew. We had a 3-man, very small turret. They got rid of one of the crew members in the turret to squeeze the bigger gun in, because as the war progresses, and we'll see this again later on, it becomes a guns versus armour race in some of the areas of tank design. But there goes our Valentine, as I mentioned. 25% of British tank production in the Second World War, and sees service all over the place. Just like the Matilda that's leading it off there. The Matilda sees action in France in 1940. 4th and 7th Royal Tank Regiment with Matilda 1s and Matilda 2s. 16 Matilda 2s caused mayhem.
A show featuring my favourite, the Matilda 2, another incredible restoration by the Tank Museum. And of course, Queen of the Desert, what's not to love about the Matilda 2?
Quite right. Controversial opinion. I think the World War II, best tank of World War II might well have been the Matilda 2. It's one of the few vehicles in service at the beginning and still in service at the end. Anyway, moving on. Our next display celebrates two of the vital vehicles of World War IIs that for some reason the British decided to name after American Civil War generals. It features one of our guest vehicles from the Heritage War Institute in Belgium, who very kindly brought over the Sherman Jumbo for us this year. We'll catch up with the team at the Heritage War Institute later on, but now let's go over to the arena.
Now the medium tank, for Americans, they give an M number. It's E when it's experimental. As soon as they approve it, it's given an M1 number. So M1, M2, etc. They're about to build a new medium tank. They're going to call the M2. They realise because of reports coming back from what's going on in Europe, it won't be good enough. The European observers from the American army, they've seen the Germans with a 75mm gun on their Panzer IVs. It's only small, short, but it's powerful. So they say you're going to need a 75mm gun. So they're about to start making the M2 tank, and they stop. And they say, no, we're going to do a new tank with a turret that's going to turn out to be like this one, the Sherman. It's going to have a 75mm gun. This famous later version of it's got the 76mm, but we're not ready yet. So they make an interim model tank called the M3, and that becomes, for Britain, the Grant tank, for America, the Lee tank. Now, other tanks, if you go in the museum, you'll see the French Char B tank. That's got a gun in the hull as well. The first British Churchill, we saw the Mark III, that also had a howitzer in the hull. So the idea behind that is trying to find a way of putting a bigger gun on the tank until we're ready to make the new turret. And that new turret is designed with French help. The French have an engineer who's ordering tanks from the Americans in 1940 called Jean Monnet. He's brought out lots of engineers from France. France falls, of course, in June 1940, so they stay behind and they help the Americans put together the casting skills so they can make that new M4, the Sherman tank. Very thick armour, an extra inch welded on the front. This ends up giving it a layer of protection. Even that, the crews didn't think were enough, and sometimes they go and put concrete or sometimes even sandbags over the front. Same 75mm gun as a normal Sherman. They thought the high explosive was better on that than the later Sherman, our Fury one, where we put a bigger gun on. I say we, the Americans put the 76mm. It doesn't sound much in the difference. 76mm longer gun, a millimetre difference, the size of the hole at the end of the barrel, but it's a higher velocity gun. And one other tank he agreed on is a Sherman with a 105mm gun. Again, so that if they come across the German fortifications in the Siegfried line, they'd be able to pound those, whereas a normal tank gun might not be strong enough. So there's exceptions to the rule, but his overall aim, keep it simple, make a good, effective tank, and the Sherman certainly was. It's got to be easily repaired, maintainable. We've got a citizen army that they're not skilled specialists. They need to be able to keep these tanks going. They're not going to have an enormous amount of training time, so no point giving them very sophisticated kit if they don't know how to use it. And there's plenty of modern analogies where we can have very clever things, but absolutely no point if we can't get the best from it. And that's the thought behind the Sherman series of tanks. Of course, as the war goes on, as they're building these tanks in America, Britain pays for the first big American tank factory to be built. Then we have Lend-Lease, so Roosevelt allows us to borrow tanks on the Never Never in the British military, and inevitably they start improving them throughout the production run. So this particular M4, it's got the twin diesel in the back, as opposed to many M4 Grand tanks that has a radial engine.
Now, yesterday I had the chance to catch up with Mr. William Bannister, who's a trustee of the museum and also an avid private collector. And he's got something very exciting news to share. But let's the man himself share it. Here we are now, back on the tank park and fresh off the arena. Mr. William Bannister, how was it?
A bit hot and sweaty,
Now, William, of course, is the owner of the Bannister Historic Armour Collection and also a trustee of the Tank Museum. Now, the reason we want to catch up with William, we are about to show a very special video. So can you just explain it for us, William?
I'm not sure it's so special, but we were approached a while back and somebody said to us, well, you could make a programme with Gavin, our engineer, and myself about restoring historic armoured vehicles. So they did what they call in the business a sizzle, which is about a 3.5-minute long promo video. And so we're going to show it to all of you. And if you like it, please say so, shout out, and we might be allowed to make a telly programme. Whole series, perhaps.
Fantastic. A star in the making, Mr. William Bannister. Roll the VT.
Not so sure.
The Crusader tank is a lightweight, highly manoeuvrable and fast tank for use in open warfare.
Crusader tanks are really famous in the early days of the Western Desert Campaign when the UK was all alone. At the end of the day, I mean, these are the equivalent of the Spitfire. You know, when we're up against it, 1941, nobody else was helping us in the Western Desert, and it's all we had.
My name's Gavin Barlow and I restore tanks. My customers are generally made up of private vehicle collectors. William Bannister is one of my best clients.
So where do we start with these two? What do you want to do first? I've worked a lot with Gavin as my engineer, and he is restoring all of the armoured vehicles that we're collecting, hopefully to preserve for the future.
The voltmeter's not working.
That's starting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, let's get it going.
Gavin's looked after my collection of tanks and armoured vehicles for nearly 10 years. Or perhaps it's just two big kids playing with Meccano on steroids.
William's latest project is a pair of Crusader II tanks from World War II. As a client, he's very, I wouldn't say picky, he knows what he wants.
It's going to take, what, a couple of years?
Probably each tank.
And currently, I'm saying.
All right, okay. The biggest challenge when restoring tanks is the unknown. I have to take all the armour off the side, and we had to use a mag drill to drill out every single bolt.
I mean, looking inside, she's empty, isn't she?
Yeah, this is the one that was robbed of all the internal parts, and I mean everything in the crew compartment is completely empty, even the data plate's missing. But it does have the Liberty engine and the gearbox in the back.
So we got the important bits. It's all possible, isn't it? It's just time and money. You've got the time and I'll have to keep working.
I'd like to take engines out and maybe doing an engine build first.
Big engine rebuild. How long do you think that would take? You know, how long's a piece of string? You don't have the manuals or anything else, so all of that stuff, it becomes rather more difficult when you're 80 years on.
It is achievable, but it's
expensive. Yeah. It's not a project for the faint-hearted. Get something like this to running order, you're going to be spending £300,000 or £400,000 potentially, £250,000 up each. But I'm not going to think about that.
We genuinely have no idea what's wrong with it until we take it apart. That is the fear. We can strip all of these engines down. I say that really quickly.
Something always going to go wrong. Come on, you know it always goes wrong.
We're going to have to talk to people that have worked on Crusaders before.
And there's not many of those around. These are the hardest to do yet, because British stuff is much harder to restore. There's a lot less of it around.
You could take an engine apart and find that it has a crankshaft snapped into. Where do you get a crankshaft from for a World War II tank?
If you've got no engine and no final drive, we've not got anything moving.
No, without an engine, you haven't got a tank.
When you think there's only 24 of them in existence.
None of them run at the moment.
No.
But with these two, they will be the only two runners
in the world.
In the world, I think.
It's daunting, isn't it?
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Now, I know they'd love to hear your comments about that video, so if you do have anything you'd like to say about it, please put them in the comments section below. Now, there are loads of traders you can browse around the site at TANKFEST. Richard, have you done any shopping yet?
Well, the children will, of course, expect me to return with gifts.
Good
so
man, yourself.
hopefully after this.
There's books, there's militaria, models, all sorts of things. But one stall in particular caught my attention. Well, if you thought tanks and fine art didn't go together, you'd be very wrong indeed, because amongst all of the fine and varied trade stands that you can find at TANKFEST, I've bumped into the fantastic Mick Graham, who's built up quite a following amongst TANKFEST crowds. And Mick, how long have you been coming to TANKFEST and displaying your works of art here?
This is my 10th year to pitch at TANKFEST.
Yep.
And it's just grown and grown and grown. The feedback I get from people coming in is just astonishing. I love it when people come in and just keep pointing.
Yeah.
And they recall their memories
all
the time. And that's what motivates me to paint
going.
these things. Yeah, so I was an old school Cold War tanky. And that's what I thrive on, and everybody seems to love it. I didn't ask to be here, just ended up here. And it's just mind-blowing.
We had to wait for a few minutes to catch you because you were busy signing copies of your new book, which is also available from the Tank Museum shop. And this tells you, well, everything about your life and how you got into art, your military career, and your life after the military, which has involved a lot more paint than perhaps you thought it might have.
Yeah. I'm a squaddy brat. In other words, that's the term used affectionately for a child of a soldier. So my dad was RSM. When he left the army, and I followed in his footsteps. Not that I made RSM, he had a big set of boots to fill. But yeah, I dabbled in it on the tank park a little bit. There's one over there that a guy's actually bought to me this morning that I sold to him in '84 on the tank park.
Wow.
And he brought it in to show me because I haven't seen it for 40 odd years. And it was just mind blowing to see the progress from them days to what I do now.
Yeah.
Left the army in '93, became a forklift instructor on all your big machines, your 50-ton VNAs, cherry pickers, the whole lot. Did that for 20 years. My bones were starting to creak. And my wife, Marion, said, did you used to paint before I met you, Mick? And says, I dabbled in it, nothing serious. Just give it a go. Here I am about 12, 13 years later, and I just can't keep up.
And thank goodness she did. I mean, there's a fantastic selection of some of the pieces you've painted behind us. All tanks, that's obviously your chosen preferred subject. I can see Tiger 131 there. Are there any kind of particular favourites amongst the bunch here that we can see on the wall behind us?
I like the Lebanese one, all right? Because I like the story behind it. Because it used to belong to the Americans gave it to the British gave it to the French converted it, then it went to the Israelis, and then they gave it to Lebanese. And it's painted blue because it was in the Golan Heights. The theory was you look up, it blended in with the sky. It's a nice story to it.
I can see the Chieftain tank features quite heavily in your work. I'm guessing that's an old familiar vehicle from your service days.
Yeah, well, I ended up, I was a rubbish driver. All right, I didn't like my first exercise, Crusader in Germany. I bogged the tank, and my commander, the troop leader, wasn't happy. Before I knew it, I was in the gunner seat, and I've never looked back, to the point where I became a gunner instructor as well. I just love firing them machines, and these are my new ones up there.
So you're a big Chieftain fan, then I think it's fair to say.
I did 15 years on Chieftain.
Yeah. So when did you get started? I mean, when did you paint your first picture?
The motorbike on the wall.
My goodness, yeah.
I did that at school.
That's incredible.
And that helped me pass my O-level art exam.
Yeah.
And the one under it is the current commission I've got for Operation Market Harbour.
All right, which shows the Well Foundation Jagdpanther.
That's the one.
Fantastic. And what's the plan with that piece of work? You're going to display it at Operation Market Harbour?
It's exclusive for Market Harbour. There'll be prints produced of it.
Brilliant.
Just there, but not here.
Brilliant. Well, if you'd like to find out more about the Mick Graham story, you can get a copy of his book. It's his life story and a big selection of some of his best pieces in here. Mick, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to meet you. I hope you have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you, folks.
You're watching TANKFEST Online 2026, and a huge thank you, of course, to Mr. Graham there. What an incredibly talented man I've been following for a number of years now. And, of course, to make him even better and more credible, ex-tanky.
Had to be. Had to be. Now, our next segment features even more fantastic World War II armour, including some of our special guests. We've got the Stug 3 from the World Foundation. We've got the Nashorn, which is come all the way from the Netherlands, and you may remember is the one that almost made it to TANKFEST a couple of years ago. But before we go over to that display, earlier, I had a closer look at the Sherman Jumbo, one of our guests all the way from Belgium. You're joining me in a very hot tank park where one of our special guests has just arrived. I'm here with Pierre Muller from the War Heritage Institute over in Belgium. Pierre, tell us about this fantastic vehicle that you've brought for us.
This vehicle is our German M4A3E2 Jumbo. It's American assault tank of the Second World War. In fact, it's fat German. He was made in 44 as an assault tank.
And they're pretty rare, aren't they? They didn't convert or make many of these Sherman Jumbos.
How many? Less more than 254.
Wow, yeah.
And now in the world there are 9 exemplars, 2 in Europe, and this Jumbo is the only one in running condition in Europe.
And it's the first time we've ever seen a Sherman Jumbo here at the Tank Museum and here for TANKFEST. But the first thing I noticed about it when you started the engine was just how incredibly noisy it was. So has this got a different sort of engine in it from the regular Shermans?
Yes, it's the same. Because it's 4GAA motors. It's the same motor than the M4A3 Sherman. The same motor. But yeah, this the Jumbo is a little. She's very fat, but she's slower than other version of the Sherman.
So very heavy, very slow. It's going to be fantastic to see her alongside some of the other Shermans that we've got in our collection that are visiting with us here today. And where can people actually see this vehicle? And most importantly, what's there's some interesting markings on the side. What are those in commemoration of?
Yes, the markings are the markings of the German Jumbo Cobra King. Why? It's because the Cobra King was the first tanks in Bastogne during the Battle of the Bulge.
Famously rescuing the 101st, right?
Yes, indeed. But the original Cobra King is now in USA, in Fort Belvoir. Here it's a original Jumbo, but it's not the original first in Bastogne.
And the other thing you can really notice about the Jumbo is just how thick that armour is on the manlet of the gun there. And they're spinning the turret now, so we can get a really good look at that. But
yes, indeed, the turret is more armoured than the Tiger one, because for the mantlet, this is armour of 178 millimeter. It's more than one Tiger one.
Wow, that's incredible, incredibly heavy.
Yes.
And I just heard that this is your first visit to the Tank Museum, first visit to TANKFEST.
Yes.
Is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to seeing this weekend?
To see, I am very curious about some vehicles here because it's an incredible location to see incredible vehicles. Also here I see the Nashorn. You have also a TOG tanks. It's very interesting, I think. But I love much the Mark IV tank because we have his brother in Brussels.
Yes, that's right.
Also,
Fantastic.
Yes. But
Brilliant. Well, Pierre, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for bringing this amazing specimen of a vehicle. I hope you have a fantastic weekend.
An M5 Stuart tank. It's the upgraded version, new engine in the back, of the tank called the M3 Stuart that the British first used. The Americans give them to us. We use out in the Western Desert. We thought they were great because they were reliable, much more reliable it seemed than British tanks at the time. And famously a guy says, when he's asked after driving one, what do you think of it? And he says, sir, it's a Honey. And the name stuck. We often called the American Stuart the Honey tank. This is a later version, but as the war progresses, even a light tank doing its reconnaissance roles, they said, we want more punch. So it's followed by what starts in 1943 by Cadillac, who are already making the M5. They make a more powerful tank, the Chaffee, but the same role going ahead. They start thinking, let's putting little combinations together of lighter vehicles. So this is the version for reconnaissance with a 75mm gun. But actually they start building other things on top of that lighter vehicle. It's followed by, we've seen already, our Sherman done up as it was in the Fury movie. The Sherman, I've already mentioned, they wanted it to be a standard tank that could be very easily produced. They've upped the gun size. This has now got a 76mm gun on it. And we've already mentioned as well the Jumbo with thicker armour, so it's got a different role. I'm now going to hand you to Chris, who's going to talk a little bit about the German vehicles coming on now.
All right, bringing up the rear, we have two German vehicles, the Stug 3 and the vehicle called the Nashorn, sometimes known as the Wyness. Now you may be noticing there's a bit of a difference between the American vehicles you've seen and the German vehicles. This is down to the fact that the Wehrmacht, as the war goes on, is facing different problems. The Allies, whether it's on the Eastern Front or in Europe, on the front foot, the Wehrmacht is very much on the back foot. So they're having to start to think defensively. They're having to start to think about how they deal with this colossal weight of Allied armour. So both of those vehicles, both the Stug 3 and the Nashorn, they're effectively their Panzerjäger. One didn't start off like that, but that's what they evolve into. They evolve into tank killers. So the American vehicles, you're looking at them and you're thinking, yeah, these are very much about reconnaissance and going forward into attack. German vehicles, just look at the style of them. They are low slung. They are designed for defensive use, and they're designed to really strike from cover. Would you say that's about right, David?
And one thing we sometimes forget, even in wartime, money's important. That German Sturmgeschütz costs about a third or two-thirds the price of the turreted Panzer III. You're going to see the Panzer III later on today. So the Germans aren't stupid. They realise, hang on, we're making an effective tank destroyer, Panzerjäger, like Chris said, with actually less money. And as early as 1943, the Germans realised Sturmgeschützes are knocking out more tanks than Tigers. So this is a really effective bit of kit if you want to spread your money around the place. But that idea of what's an attack tank, so the Sherman is there to exploit a gap made in the front line, its original design criteria. Don't try and fight other tanks, you might meet some. We've got tank destroyers for that, that's what they argue. Actually, tanks inevitably bump into other tanks. So people like, I mentioned that name, McNair, he's trying to say to the American tank crew, try not to get obsessed with fighting German tanks. Try to think of your key role with its exploitation. Now that gun, Chris will tell us about, that is one massive great gun that Hitler loved on the... you carry on, Chris.
I've got some figures to back that up, actually, for those of you who are into the account side of things. For a Stug, you're going to lash out 80,000 Reichsmarks. For a Tiger 1, it's over 300 to 350,000 Reichsmarks. So economically, these vehicles make a lot of sense. The Stug there, that is a Panzer III chassis, turret off, and it's got a Stug 40 7.5 centimetre gun in the front. Now, it didn't start out like that. It starts off as a Sturmgeschütz to assist infantry. It's an assault gun. but the short-barreled 75 is replaced with this long-barreled version, and it becomes a tank killer. Now the Nashorn, the Wyness, that's a different kettle of fish. If you go into the museum, if you go into the Tank Story Hall, you will see a Pak 43. It's a massively powerful anti-tank weapon. It'll put a round through the frontal arm of just about any Allied tank 2.5 kilometers away, perhaps. But the trouble is, it's big and it's heavy. The crews called it the Schuentor, the barn door, because it's so damn difficult to maneuver around on its wheels. And you need something big to pull it, something like a farm mow, one of the big half tracks. So what can we do to make that mobile? Well, let's stick it on a tracked chassis. And what they do, there's a vehicle in development called the Geschützwagen 3-4. And they're going to stick originally a howitzer on that and called it the Hummel, the Bumblebee. But then they think, well, hang on a second. We really try. If we move the engine to the center, if we lengthen the chassis, because it's a combination of parts assemblies from Panzer III, Panzer IV, and it's a slightly lengthened Panzer IV chassis. And they're able to put that huge gun on top of it. And it's very, very successful. On the Eastern Front particularly, they build just under 500 of these things. And on the Eastern Front particularly, when they're in use, they are able to take out things like T-34s en masse at distance. There are reports of these things knocking out T-34s 4.5 kilometers away. The problem with it, and when you go and have a look at it in the tank park, the upper works are very thin. They're only about 1 centimeter thick. That'll keep out small arms fire, small bits of shrapnel, won't do much else. And it's open-topped. So if you're in somewhere like Italy, mountainous zone, you're going to have problems with that. Now, I see we have the Honey coming back round. David, this is a tracked recce vehicle, isn't it? Are tracks good for reconnaissance? I've never really thought so, to be honest.
So this one as well, we're lucky to have here. We've got a range of armoured vehicles that some belong to the Tank Museum, some are privately owned that are housed here, and they're bringing them along so we can show you off. That Wyness that was going around just a little bit earlier has come all the way from the Netherlands. It's a bit of a restoration like many of these vehicles now. As you can imagine, as time moves on, that was actually put together from some parts that were found in the Cutland pocket. It's basically an area in that was being fought over and defended by the Germans. Wrecks of tanks there being dug up. That one particularly has a modern engine. It's got the steering system from a 432 armoured personnel in it. But again, it gives us that sense we can see, just like our First World War tanks, we're not going to run those because they're so rare. So the fact that we were able to put those 3 replicas out earlier on, that's another one of these things that, again, you know, we're not trying to hide it from anyone, you know, what's real, what's not. But to be able to have this range of very classic armoured vehicles going around, so you can see there the M5 version of the Stuart, the later version there as it runs around. Why is it done that way? Well, they actually started the Stuart earlier in the 1930s. And very early on, the Americans had an obsession about putting machine guns everywhere on a vehicle. It had 2 in the front by the driver. It ended up having another one in the turret. 37mm gun, which at the time it was copied from the German anti-tank gun that was 37mm. The Russian copied it too. And of course, after those early tank engagements, they realised it's not much good if you come across a proper German tank like a Panzer III. Hence the need to upgrade to that 75mm gun that we're seeing now on the Chaffee as it moves off. That gun originally was designed to go in a Mitchell bomber. Can you believe that way? It was flying around with a gun on to fire at ships. And they realised it had got a very effective way of taking the recoil. Instead of recuperators, chambers, bit like a shock absorber, to take the recoil action This one ends up with a circular system of taking the pressure off as that gun recoils, because they knew if they were putting on that on an aircraft, you don't want to shake the aircraft out the sky every time it fires. Cadillac, it's got a hydromatic gear change system. The guy, Harley Earl, who helped design this particular vehicle, goes on to design Cadillac cars in the 50s, famous for all the fins on the back. So you've got some really important American names in engineering helping putting these designs together. So this gets out to Europe. Again, most tanks, this is done quite quickly because they're dealing with people that knew what they were on about. Gets to Europe at the end of 1944, and it first sees action with American forces around the time of the Battle of the Bulge. So, and it goes on, like so many of those World War II vehicles, they see much further and longer service, Korean War, etc. And again, they're very sensible that way because they build other types of vehicles on top.
If I can just butt in there, one little fact about the Chaffee. Not Korean War, but the French in Indochina. Anybody heard of a place called Dien Bien Phu? Yep. The French were establishing a remote base supplied by air. They wanted to get armor in there. They hadn't got the heavy lift capability to take a tank, so they took 10 Chafees apart and air freighted them in, reassembled them on the battlefield. They used them basically until they were all knocked out. They carried on using the static pillboxes.
So with the Sherman going around, again, without, I hope, confusing you, one of these things, why is it an M1 Sherman? Why is it an M4 Sherman? So all Shermans are M4s. M4A1 is a cast hull. In other words, it's molded, it's not welded together. M4A2 has the twin diesel engine in. The M4A3, we end up using different engine types. So we're giving those different names. M4A4's got that multi-bank engine where Chrysler comes along, bolts a whole series of engines together around a common crankshafts. That's got 5 of the engines there to do that. Means the hull has to be made a bit longer. And this is to match because they can't make enough of the original design. Has got something like an R95 radial engine in. And the problem you've got there, it's the same engine that's powering aeroplanes. And if you're building lots of bombers, fighters, etc., everyone's after the same thing. Hence this diversion of different engine types, which leads us to have all these different bits and pieces in terms of after there. So, you know, if you want to learn every last one, become a tank nerd, but don't worry about it. Just call it a Sherman. You get away with it.
Supply is a big part of the story there. And the other side of things is just the competitiveness between American industry. You have got vast industrial capacity. You've got Ford, you've got Chrysler, you've got Railway Works. Do they want to build other people's stuff? Do Chrysler want to make Ford engines? Do they? Hell. Consequently, rather than rejigging to make another engine, what they do is build their own. Somebody asked me the other day, what engine does a Sherman tank have in it? And I just said, well, which one? You've got 5 different. And then you've got different hull types as well. You've got cast, welded, composite. It is quite complicated, but it works. 50,000 Shermans in their various marks. I mean, this is, in my opinion, with the T-34, this is one of the 2 tanks that won World War II.
Welcome back to TANKFEST Online 2026, and you may have noticed we have now moved across the arena to catch up with the first of our very live arena shows, Battlefield Machines, an explosive illustration of battlefield tactics.
But before we throw over to the arena, I can't think of a better time to remind you, if you're enjoying what you see, tickets for next year's TANKFEST are available now at tankmuseum.org.
So I will be very quick. As you can see behind us, there are some vehicles moving and we need to get a move on here. Just a quick reminder for everybody on Twitch right now, you are still able to get Twitch drops. So after 60 minutes, you have a chance of crew books or the Badger 3D style called Mordred, or a Tier 8 premium tank, the ST66. After 120 minutes, it's a TANKFEST token store tokens, where you can get commanders like Richard Cutland here, or even some other in-game goods, which is amazing. Helps you get some better RNG. After 180 minutes, you have a chance of personal reserves, the IS-4 Granite 3D style, or the Tier 9 French premium tank, the Shah MLE. And I think that's everything from me right now. I believe we can now cut to the live show where you can see the vehicles getting into stage. So thank you very much, and we'll be back shortly.
The German army was very... To the Soviet Union in 1941, it was known as the Army Door Knocker, because as soon as it came up against T-34s and KV-1s, well, that's all it really did. It sort of just knocked on the side, and that's not really much more than that. However, it is an anti-tank gun. It will fire an armor-piercing round, and against light armor or flanking shots against light tanks, it's an anti-tank gun. It will do damage. I wouldn't necessarily like to be behind the gun screen on that one, though. And following up the pack, we have everybody's favorite, kind of overcomplicated bicycle, the Kettenkrad. Have you seen in the back there? A couple of infantrymen with a rather large anti-tank weapon. That is going to be the real problem for Allied armor. As they were pushing through this period, the Panzerschrecks and the Panzerfausts were really, really problematic. The ambush positions the Germans could get themselves into, hit the flanks of any Allied column, really was causing havoc. You've got to remember, by 1945, the Germans are fighting in their backyard. It would be like the British Army fighting on Salisbury Plain or here on the Bovington training areas. They're going to know every nook, cranny, bush, with a bit of woodlock, divot in the terrain. They're going to know where it is, especially if you end up actually, as the British had to do, fighting their way through training areas. Right, what are they up to? That is a deployment of an anti-tank weapon. They're clearly setting up some sort of rear guard, I reckon. That's the Kettenkrad moving into position. You don't want to get that thing in a firefight, but it's brilliant at dropping troops off and getting out of there again. At this time, you're not going to want to commit all of your force, so the heavier side of this formation is probably going to bug out. Done a bit of reconnaissance, nothing's really happening, but they know Allied forces are coming this way. It is an inevitability, and more than likely going to be armor in there somewhere. The Germans are very good at doing this sort of fighting withdrawal from line to defensive line to defensive line, which makes it really difficult to weed them out and push them back. You are going to need to break them and exploit the break as soon as possible. So these vehicles are all bugging out. They don't want to be part of the initial assault, I should say. They're being held back for that main assault. More than likely, if I was the German Kampfgruppe commander, going to be setting up another line of defense, because all that anti-tank gun and that handheld anti-tank weapon is supposed to do is delay. Rough them up a bit, make them think twice, maybe push them in a different direction, hold them up. But we'll see what happens there. Have they made the correct decision? What you've got to remember as well, our arena is an arena. It isn't a full-on battlefield. So the ranges are going to be much exaggerated. Terrain, we don't really have any. We have a bit of a hill, and it's a brilliant hill, and we love the hill, but it isn't what you're going to be finding in a realistic environment. They're going to be using that terrain, that wood block, hiding as best as possible. Here comes the Allied recce formations. We've got the two extremes of how to do reconnaissance in the Second World War. The utility vehicle, the Jeep, ubiquitous with Allied victory. It is really very versatile. It's quite good at providing a very light, small, nimble reconnaissance force. Then there's a command car, a bit of a motorized runner, as it were, taking messages to where they need to go. And as you can see, ours is packing a little bit of extra firepower on top of it, which may or may not come in handy. Behind it, the other end of the spectrum, a Chaffee. Late war, American light tank. Built for that reconnaissance role, it packs a punch though. It is lightweight, there's not much armor, but it is rapid, and it has a 75mm. First American light tank, the M3 Stuart, has a 37mm. That is now the same caliber as the medium tank, the Sherman. It's not quite the same gun. That one was developed to operate off of the bottom of a bomber. But it's a bit more successful in the Chaffee, and here's what we're going to see today. Behind that, we have a Deuce and a Half. The iconic American truck of this period. Very good at going long distances, transporting, well, basically anything you'd ever want. Today, we have a shed load of infantry in the back. These armored formations are useless without infantry providing flank security. Oh, dear me. That is the anti-tank gun opening up. The ambush has been sprung. You don't want to hang about in an unarmored truck for particularly long. British infantry are deploying. They're having to get down. The Germans are pinning them down. If you look up on the mound, they've got into their second defensive position as well. This is potentially now the British are being flanked, which is, you know, less than ideal. A fierce firefight is now breaking out. Allied formations can't really move. You're going to have to rely on the armor from now on. They're going to have to force their way through. That Jeep is taking a bit of a risk, but that Chaffee is hoping its armor's going to do the job. That is quite close and personal for a light tank. That does appear to be a successful hit. The Pak 36 is still opening up. That Chaffee is now suspiciously quiet, so potentially they have just got very, very lucky with that Pak 36. That truck is not going to hang around in the firefight. It will get blown to smithereens particularly quickly. That is getting out of there, letting the infantry fight the Germans on foot. These two formations have bolt-action rifles. There may be a bit of extra fire support coming. The Germans are dropping something on the British positions. One thing about planning your defensive lines means you can plan in the artillery to come down when you're being attacked. This will all be pre-registered. Now, this is quite important. We've brought in reinforcements. Not only the armoured vehicles that you see, the Dingo with its Bren gun opening up. We've got the Stuart M5 with its 37mm opening up. Plus, if you can see, in and amongst that infantry, there is another Bren gun. By this point in history, the entire British infantry unit was built around getting that rapid-firing Bren gun into action. If that Bren gun ran out of ammunition, and as an infantryman, you had ammunition, suddenly the Bren gun had more ammunition. The Germans have fallen back. The overwhelming Allied men and material is taking its toll on these Germans. They're falling back. They're going back to their second defensive line. Unfortunately, the Germans have been given a little bit of time to repair. They're now pretty dug in. They've got some nice cover there. This is going to be difficult for the Allies to be able to weed them out. Everybody's trying to keep their heads down. If you listen carefully over the rather large amount of gunfire we've got going on here, you will hear the infantry absolutely screaming at each other, different orders, different movements, where they're going. This is not the time for subtlety. You're going to be firing your weapon, keeping that enemy head down while you try to advance through the battlefield. Usually here we say at the Tank Museum, in that recce vehicle like the Dingo, you don't want to be firing your main gun. Something's gone horribly wrong. But if you're supporting infantry, pinning enemy infantry down, that is exactly where a little lightweight bulletproof vehicle with a machine gun is going to come in vital. It's all a bit cagey now. No one wants to necessarily make a move. The Germans know it's the Allies' move to make. But at the same time, they're not just going to want to sit there and take it. They're probably planning something else. That being said, we've got more Allied armour in the field now. This isn't just the recce force anymore. This is the tank battalion, tank regiment coming forward. We've got 2 Chaffies in our arena, which apart from, well, Friday and Saturday, I don't think has ever happened before. With Sherman Fury behind it, that is the most powerful gun on the battlefield. Sherman gets a lot of stick, but in this situation, you probably wouldn't want to be in much else. It does appear the Germans are making their move. To quote one of my colleagues, there are 3 inevitabilities in life: death, taxes, and German counterattacks. This is the German counterattack. If I was the Allied commander, I would be expecting this. We played into that. We knew the Germans would inevitably counterattack. Where, how, or when was the question. While the armour moves into position, the infantry are making moves. Because while that Panzer III isn't necessarily the best tank on the battlefield, it is still a tank on the battlefield. And that 5cm main gun is going to rip a hole through most of what we've got here today. That 20mm on the 222, the armoured car, is going to help with that suppressive fire as well. The infantry are reasonably well protected, but they are just trying to make movements. They're using the armoured vehicles as physical barriers occasionally as they move forward. Does appear the Panzer III is getting into a position to fire. Who at? I'm not sure. That is a very large explosion. Oh! Just shots are being exchanged here. The maelstrom of battle. No one really knows who's shooting at who, who's getting the kill. Does it really matter? I don't think it does. You are going to keep firing. Both sides have a reasonably target-rich environment at this point. Because of the enemy armoured counterattack, the Allied armour can't really assist the infantry, so at the moment they're on their own. Germans are falling back yet again. We are slowly pressing them into a smaller and smaller pocket here. They've clearly had enough. They're getting out of there. This force is just too large for what they have in their arsenal at the moment. They're trying to get out. They're trying to leave the battlefield. But Allied armour is mobile. That Chaffee especially is absolutely rapid. And Sherman's not too sluggish either. Does appear we've outflanked them. They cannot escape. And no matter how good that half-track is at moving its infantry around the battlefield, when it comes face to face with a 75mm and a 76mm main gun, it's not going to stand a chance. You can see the infantry are moving around the back to support the Allied thrust forward. You're going to need to keep up with them. You don't want to isolate your armor or allow your armor to be isolated. The 1st Chaffee and the M5 are moving through the middle of the arena to directly support the infantry advance. There's a lot of shooting, but we have flanked them. They've cut off their lines of communication, their way of retreating. There is no real hope for the Germans at this point. It is now just a matter of when and how. Allied armor is moving around in support. We're going to need to keep them pinned in as much as possible. Armor in this situation is fantastic. It will provide you that mobility, that protection, that firepower to bring the fight to the enemy. But when it comes weeding them out of foxholes, in place positions, bits of building that they've managed to acquire, you are going to need boots on the ground and infantry moving forwards. For many men, it was the case of going in there bayonets fixed. You can see the Bren gun being used to great effect over there, really pinning down any attempt at the Germans at moving anywhere. That doesn't mean they're going to give up. They're going to fight all of the way, hopefully try and break out the pocket. They were pretty good at this, being encircled and keep fighting. Any sliver of hope, so the Allies have to be careful. You'll see a few of the soldiers here firing either their Bren gun or their rifle from the hip. This isn't them trying to be cool. This is a tried and tested method of keeping the enemy's head down while you're potentially quite exposed. Even now we've got the lighter armor moving up. That Bren gun on the Dingo is going to be helpful. And the Browning on the back of the Jeep there. Well, at the end of the day, it is a very large machine gun. The infantry may well need picking up as well, so the truck's going to hang around just in case we need a speedy exit. Fury's going to bring herself around just to completely cut off and isolate the German forces here. There is no way they can escape. Surely not. All a bit cagey. Who's going to make the move? The Allies don't really have the time to wait for the Germans to try and break out. They're going to have to go in hard. Purple smoke is being dropped. That is for airstrikes coming in, hopefully. 2nd Tactical Air Force is an absolutely immense formation that can be called upon. Why go in there on foot when you can soften them up with air power and artillery? Signaling smoke, covering smoke, smoke from artillery going off, explosions. It is just chaos. But that chaos can be exploited. The infantry are slowly squeezing the Germans tighter and tighter into this pocket. They're bringing every single weapon to bear now. You've got to keep them moving. Panzer III is knocked out. 222 is knocked out. I don't think that half-track's going anywhere either. Oh, they've given up. The Germans are legging it. That's the problem. You may have them surrounded, but pockets of infantry can still escape. I mean, that works both ways, to be fair. That's exactly what we did at Arnhem. A number of the infantry got out in small groups at night. So clearly the Germans have picked something up from their fighting on the Eastern Front as well. What you're going to have to do now, you've got to be really careful when taking this position. The Germans would have booby-trapped it. Almost certainly. They would not give up their ground easily. Those infantry are going to have to be careful, but they are going to have to clear that position. And they're going to have to fight through it. What they don't want to do is hang around in this position for, well, any longer than they really need to. Remember what I said earlier about pre-registered artillery? Well, yes, it's here. So they're going to have a few minutes before the Germans are going to be able to call down artillery straight onto this position. which means you fight through, potentially even get to the next German defensive line before you can take a breather. And let's be honest, there are no breathers at this point in the war. It needs to be over. We need to keep the Germans on the back foot. So the infantry, they're all getting back into their respective vehicles as quickly as possible. Move on, next objective. This was a utterly resounding victory for the Allied forces, but this is not the end of the war. They will keep having to fight and fight and fight. What these vehicles are going to do now is they're going to have one big victory lap around the arena a couple of times. Please give them a round of applause. Our Allied forces, brought to you by History in the Making. Hope you've enjoyed what you've seen here. All these vehicles are going to now filter out onto the tank park if you've not seen that one already. These vehicles are a mixture of ones from the Tank Museum, from the William Bannister collection, and from History in the Making themselves. Where else are you going to see this amount of Second World War armour on display in a reenactment? We are the Tank Museum, you are at TANKFEST, but it isn't just tanks. You need the infantry, you need the armoured cars, you need the trucks, the lorries, the jeeps. Everything needs to come together to achieve what you just saw there. And by 1945, the Allies were exceptionally good at this sort of warfare, combining everything together. It is a common fact that the Germans, as you saw, were very good at forming Kampfgruppe, battle groups, impromptu formations to achieve a goal with various different assets. What gets overlooked is the British and the Americans are very good at doing exactly the same thing, arguably sometimes a little bit better. You aren't necessarily going to want to leave the arena too soon. After this, we have got some big guns coming out as we move into the Cold War. That's not to say any of these vehicles are not Cold War vehicles, because even though they were built in the Second World War, both Fury, well, the type of vehicle that Fury is, and Chaffee served long into the late 40s and early 50s.
You're at the
Most
Tank
common
Museum
American
for
tank in the early
TANKFEST
part of the Korean War.
2026, and my goodness, wasn't that an exciting display? So a big thank you to our reenactors, ably directed by Hamish MacLeod from History in the Making, who I only found out the other day was very much involved in the Sharp series of the 1990s, which will only make sense to British viewers of the show. Are you a big fan of Sharp yourself?
I loved it. One of my favourite shows to watch.
Cracking. Watch it through every year.
Yeah, I try. So Nick, I have to ask before I introduce the next bit, where did you get the cool shirt from?
Well, I thought you'd never ask, David, but shirts like this was actually designed by Ella, our in-house designer. And as you can see, it's got the Tank Museum logo on it there. Sorry. Another camera adds £10. This is a dangerous look. But you can get hold of one yourself at tankmuseumshop.org. And remember, the Tank Museum is a registered charity, so every penny you spend helps support our work.
So I need to read this next name so I get it right, because I would like to introduce James Donaldson and Kirsten from World of Tanks Modern Armour. Many of you will know as KB, and what they're going to do is take you as a quick run through the VCC, or the Vehicle Conservation Centre, or as I like to call it, the Cave of Wonder.
The Cave of Wonder, I like that.
I'm Kirsten, and today I'm here in the VCC with James, who is going to take us on a brief tour, point out some tanks, and tell us all about the VCC.
So yeah, the VCC for the Tank Museum is really important. It's not just a shed, built just over 10 years ago, and for the first time it allowed all of our tanks to be under cover, which in Dorset with the sea air is really important to prevent corrosion and keep these things in as good a condition as possible. Right now we're probably less than 100 vehicles in here, give or take.
Just about.
Yeah, if we were to remove any walking space of any description, we could probably push it to about 140 in here.
That's a lot of tanks.
Yeah, when we've got over 350 vehicles in the collection, we do need that space.
You absolutely do.
As we're walking past here, we've got our replica A7V, got a couple of vehicles from Iraq and Afghanistan at the bottom there.
And I recognise Chieftain here.
Yes, we believe this is the only Mark II remaining. For many years we called it the Mark V, but actually it was never a Mark V. It's a gunnery training tank, or gunnery trials tank, we think, that was a Mark II. Crazy Horse is my favourite tank in here. It is a remote-controlled Chieftain, because what more could you want from life, really, than a
Remote-controlled life-size tanks. I'd take one home today if I could.
Exactly. So here we've got a bunch of prototypes that almost take you on that story from Centurion to Chieftain and then into Challenger. So it's a really important group of vehicles, not that we have time to talk about them because that would be an hour in itself, I reckon.
I think it'd be more. I recognise so many tanks in here.
So we've got just so many different engines. We use them as reference pieces. These are not running engines. We've got stuff like this, the 438 swing fire, when you, again, want a 432 to kill things quite quickly. But yeah, it's anything from Cascavel, which is still in service, to the Boarhound, which only about 22 were ever made, and this is part of our core collection.
So what is your core collection?
Yeah, so the collection breaks down into 3 parts, effectively. We've got the core, which are vehicles we don't run, that we probably only have one of or are really important, like, as I said, the Boarhound, or I think our BRDM1 here is core collection.
What about the Bulldog?
Yeah, that's core, because we don't have another one. Hybrid is a mixture, well, it is core vehicles that we run, like Tiger, like Panzer III, I think even 4005 is technically hybrid. And then we've got our running fleet, which are vehicles specifically procured sometime, you know, we buy them in or we've been donated them for the running fleet. So they don't sit in the collection, they sit for your viewing benefit, basically.
Of course, of course. And I see a scimitar in front of us.
Yeah.
In fact, I see 2 scimitars in front
We've
of
got
us.
basically the entire CVRT family here. The Scimitar Mark I, Mark II, which was built for the Wars on Terror to give the crew a little bit more mine protection. And we've got literally every single variant of CVRT and CVRW in the VCC at the moment.
And I believe we're walking past a Stritzfarm.
Yes. Our Resident S tank, absolutely brilliant bit of kit. It is a tank, and I will fight anyone who says it isn't. But really interesting about that one was it was in our tank factory exhibition for near enough 10 years.
Yes.
And we got the Swedes over, they came over, helped us sort of have a look at the gas turbine and the diesel engine, and it drove out after 10 years on its own power.
That's incredible.
Which is really cool. We've got, it's not a Chieftain, it's a Khalid, which is arguably the best Chieftain ever, because it's a Chieftain with
all about that one, yeah.
with a Challenger engine in the back, really quite good.
Leopard 1.
Yep.
Which version?
This is one of them. Leopard 1A, 1A2, I think. It's our German Leopard, we'll leave it at that. This is quite cool. It used to run around the arena, but it's a T55 with holes cut in the side of it for train the commanders.
Oh,
East
okay.
German was given to us post-German unification, I believe. A couple of important vehicles here to note as well. BTR, which is our only BTR,
And
absolutely
BMP-1.
vital vehicle, and a BMP-1 from Iraq 1991 with the original paint scheme on it, with the original shrapnel
That's
marks.
pretty incredible.
So it came straight off the battlefield here. And this, I'm sure
I do recognise
you
KV1.
and all the viewers will recognise that thing. And we believe, due to a rather large, hefty book that's come out recently, this is the most complete KV1 left on the planet.
You know what? I
cool,
wander
really.
this whole, well, conservation centre. Pretty much every year I come down for TANKFEST. And I still learn something new every time.
Oh, I do my work here. You know, we've got stealth tank in here. We've got various different prototypes of getting from Chieftain to Challenger. That's our aluminium Chieftain there. This is a remnant of the T-34-76 that came over alongside the KV-1 actually as an
Wow.
evaluation thing. So the army obviously cut it into several pieces.
Of course they did.
Various engines and gearboxes and a tank without a main gun. There's a strobe light instead, because the idea was you blind the enemy, basically.
Well, if you blind them, they cannot see what's getting them afterwards.
Exactly. I just wouldn't want to be in the tank that's doing the blinding.
Oh, no, me neither.
Yeah. So as you can see down here, if you can see on just on the shelving, the amount of guest vehicles that we have, the amount of vehicles that we put out for event days, they all require their own signage. So
Lots of signage about that.
so much signage. Bunch of random vehicles in here. Sentinel, obviously known for very mature reasons.
Incredibly mature reasons that we do not need to go into.
I'm not a child, it's fine.
We're all children, really.
Yeah, universal carriers, various Vickers Armstrong things from the interwar period, the last British light tank of the Second World War, the Harry Hopkins. It's not very good.
No, but neither's this one coming up, is it?
No, this is probably the worst tank. David Fletcher definitely said it. Absolutely, it's the worst tank. The driver got in this thing, the Valiant, drove it for about 13 miles and then went, I'm never doing that again.
Wow.
I liked my limbs, as it turns out. This is actually a relatively new item in our collection. That's robotics, because that's something we're now having to look at as a museum. How do we collect robotics? What do we look at? You know, the autonomous battlefield needs preserving as much as anything else. You guys can see there, one of my favourite pieces of engineering, when you strap, I think it's 6 straight 5s around a single crankshaft. Because when
Sounds
you need
American.
Yeah.
Chrysler by any chance?
Yes, Sherman M4A4, the most used by the British.
Of course. We did like adapting those tanks.
You can never have a tank museum without a helicopter. Obviously, many people ask,
why?
What? Yes. Because back in the day, the Royal Armoured Corps in the Cold War period had an air wing. They used reconnaissance in those things, which I don't think would have lasted particularly long against the Russians, but, well, we had them.
So what I'm hearing here is that was drones before drones?
Yes. The idea of having observation from the air is now just a hell of a lot safer, really, for everybody else involved.
Yes.
That is a very cool bit of collection, procured for the running fleet. It is one of the post-war Hetzers. So it's not a Hetzer, but it's close enough.
It's close enough to
close
a Hetzer.
enough that we can run it around the arena.
I have quite a few people who would be very interested in that.
Yes.
But thank you for this lovely tour. I'm sure everybody at home has enjoyed it as well. And thank you again for pointing out so many of the wonderful tanks.
Yeah, and I was only allowed like 6 minutes, so we could have kept going for like 2 hours if you let me.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Shall we go back?
Yeah.
This absolute behemoth is FV4005, also sometimes referred to as the Death Star, the Doom Barn, and another nickname which we can't in good conscience say in this video. It was a testbed vehicle made to trial the colossal 183mm gun, which was intended to be mounted on a tank called FV215. This was essentially a reconfigured Conqueror hull designed to mount this massive gun. The FV4005 was built on the Centurion chassis, which was smaller but still suitable for trial purposes. Whilst FV4005 was never intended for mass production, its gun was designed to take on Soviet heavy tanks. After the Soviets showed off their impressive-looking IS-3s at the Berlin Victory Parade in 1945, and with tensions rising between the East and West, the British wanted to be ready in case of another war in Europe. It wasn't designed necessarily to take on IS-3, but to take out whatever the Soviets would develop next. If the British would eventually be fighting these big tanks, they'd need a big gun to take them out, and so the Ordnance QF 183mm was born. A standard Centurion has a crew of 4, a driver, gunner, loader, and commander. But FV4005 has one additional crew member, and that's a second loader. The ammunition for the 183mm gun was truly massive. The projectile and propellant had to be loaded separately. This gun was designed to fire only one type of round, HESH, high explosive squash head, an ammunition type which the British Army still use today. The HESH projectile used with the 183mm gun weighed a whopping 65.8 kilos, and the propellant cases weighed another 30.7 kilos. With all this heavy ammo, and with 2 loaders, FV4005 could fire at a rate of 2 rounds per minute, which is just one of the many reasons the project was ultimately cancelled. Whilst the gun had truly devastating firepower, it didn't seem worth it when guns like the L7 105mm were entering service, which could fire far more than 2 rounds per minute and was still more than capable of dealing huge amounts of damage to enemy armour.
The FV4005 was the star of the show at TANKFEST in 2024, and it is going to be part of our next display. Now, you might remember that FV4005 was brought back to life in a 3-way project between the Tank Museum, World of Tanks, and Mr. Hughes. And it was very successful, and we have an interesting announcement coming up about another project that we're going to be working on together. So more about that later on.
Lovely to see the FV4005. As I said, at the moment, we are just waiting for it. There you go. It's actually just about to trundle on to the arena.
Right on cue.
Right on cue. How about that? So this next live arena display is actually called We're Going to Need, funny enough, a Bigger Gun. And it's all about the development of these tanks to face new threats after the Second World War. So without further ado, let's go live to the arena.
And already the West is starting to fall out with the Soviet bloc countries. So we're starting to design vehicles with guns on that are going to have to take on the new enemy, which is potentially the Soviet Union. And we know they've got massive tanks, so we think we're going to need a massive gun. And to lead this parade on now is the biggest ever gun fitted in a direct fire role on a tank chassis. This is never going to go into production like this, but it is still the biggest one that they've ever used that way. This is FV Fighting Vehicle 4005, and it's been part of a restoration project. Some of you here may have helped. Huge, great big 183mm gun on the top there. Now, I mentioned the word ammunition. For tanks knocking out other tanks in the Second World War, the main way we did it is having a solid piece of very dense metal. Britain, America, we had access to tungsten. In Germany, it was called wolfram, but they couldn't get enough of it. They were importing it from Spain. They ended up doing a sort of, we're not going to sell Spain any oil if they didn't stop selling tungsten. We had to stop Sweden from giving special iron ores and alloys to Germany as well. Tungsten, really dense metal, twice the density of steel. Put that in the center of your round and it's got great penetration. At the same time, other ideas are coming along for knocking out tanks. Hollow charge weapons. You've seen the Panzerfaust. We have the Pier in Britain. And Britain comes up with another weird one called high explosive squash head. And over at Fort Halstead in Kent, they come up with a very thin casing, like a high explosive round, packed inside with plastic explosive. And the idea of that type of round, if you fire it at a tank, it doesn't have to have a lot of welly behind to penetrate the armour. It squashes on the side of the enemy's tank and a detonator at the back. Just after it's squashed on, a millisecond later, detonates the plastic explosive. And it sends a shockwave through the tank's armour, means a whopping great scab flies off on the inside. And it's also good for knocking down pillboxes or buildings, so we like it in Britain. And we fire HESH rounds in our tanks right up to recently. We'll see that, the issue there with the British Army a bit later on. And that's the type of round they test in that whopping great big 183mm gun. FV4005, it gets overtaken by events. It's not that it's a bad idea, but all of a sudden another weapon system comes on that seems to do the same job better, the missile. We don't need quite as big a gun, they were saying, and also it was starting to cost a lot of money. The government cancels the project, so it never gets to see action, but still a bit of a wow factor rarity, the biggest one ever put on for direct fire on a tank. Now, after the Second World War, the Americans, we've had the nuclear bomb, they've now built up a really big strategic air force. America takes its foot off the idea of developing tanks. There's a bit of work going on, not that interested, we've got other things to fight wars with. And then all of a sudden, what kicks off in 1950 is the Korean War. And for the first time, the Americans, well, not even the first time, for another time, the Americans are suddenly found wanting. They need kit quickly. They are literally getting World War II tanks like the M26 Pershing tank. They're taking them off plinths to reactivate them to send them off to Korea. They've got a couple of tank projects on the go. One is using the hull of the M26 and put a new turret on the top. And we've actually got the tank that comes out there on our mound at the moment, the M47. They put a 90mm gun in it. So again, back to slightly bigger than the World War II German gun. They put it together in a hurry in the early 1950s to go to Korea. Doesn't work very well. It is not a success. So that as a tank was given away quickly by the Americans, and if you're looking at it there on the mound, you might recognise it from loads of war movies in the 50s and 60s, because basically 99% of the production was given away to other countries. They moved straight on to another tank, the M48 instead. Now, FV4005, as you see as it's moving around there, such a big gun, it needs a cradle on the front to stop the gun waving around, a couple of tons worth there, so you don't want that rocking on what's called the trunnions, the bits that are holding it in the turret. And it's even got an anchor on the back that they drop into the ground if it was going to fire. Bit of a danger if you fire at 90 degrees from the hull because there's so much recoil. They test it with a loading assist equipment. It's basically not an auto loader, but two-part ammunition. In goes the round, that's rammed in, and then followed by a massive brass case full of the explosive to blast that 183mm round out. The armoured box on the top wasn't really meant for a turret. It was just to house it, to see how big a space the crews would need to actually work on the inside. But as that vehicle goes off, we've got the Centurion now driving around. And I mentioned that as the tank that at the end of World War II Britain develops, starts off with a 17-pounder gun on. So that was a 77.2mm, the same gun that was on the Sherman Firefly. Very effective, very quickly, because they designed it with upgrades in mind, we add the next generation gun on called the 20-pounder. And one of these weird things comes along as well, just like the Korean War, that shakes everyone up. And that was in 1956. In Budapest, Hungarian uprising is going on, and the Hungarians get hold of a Russian T-54A tank and drive it into the British embassy compound. And it gives a defence attaché a chance to measure the thickness of the frontal armour on what would be the enemy's tank, potentially, if the Cold War became a hot war, and look at the size of the gun. And it frightens NATO. We are worried now the 20-pounder on our Centurions is not going to be good enough. So again, over at Fort Halstead in Kent, they quickly come up with a new design gun. It's going to be called the L7 105mm gun. And they end up using that. They fit it the same size as the 20-pounder. It goes straight on the Centurions, just like this one. And that 105mm gun, with new types of ammunition, can penetrate that T-54, and it's so much better, it actually makes some other guns that are already in service, or even bigger, it makes them redundant. And it is a very effective bit of kit. We start putting them on our Centurion tanks towards the end of the 1950s. The Americans copy us straight away. And that's what makes some of these earlier American tanks, like the M47, M48, we're going to see the M60 at a moment. Those become redundant. The M60, they're starting to build it in America. They're doing this progression of what they call pattern tanks. The M48 looks very much like the M47 driving around, but it's better, it's more reliable, it's bigger. And the M60 that we've seen, that sandy coloured one, same thing. It looks the same sort of tank, but on steroids. They're just getting them bigger each time. But this time, the Americans, they do a gunnery trial, 6 guns. What one's the best? The British L7 105mm gun. So that's the one they build under license and put on their M60 tanks. Now, one of the things the Americans experimented with, they're trialling 90mm gun on the M47. If you look on the front of the turret, 2 little round balls it looks like. That actually contains, across the front of the turret, there's a rangefinder. If you can work out the exact distance the enemy are away, instead of World War II, 1 round over, 1 round under, if you're lucky the 3rd round's on target, that helps judge the distance, so you've got more chance of a first round hit. And ironically, when those M47s were given away to other armies and had the chance of being improved, they did very well. The Italian army once won the Canada Cup, which was basically the sort of tank gunnery competition between all the Allied nations, who can hit the most targets accurately in the quickest time. So those American building this series of tanks, we can see the M60 driving around now. There were always aspirations, as there always is, for new technology to go on a vehicle, but it's never ready in time. And the Americans had a new type of armor. They wanted steel with silica glass in between as a sandwich. That was going to be more effective against certain types of incoming rounds. Not ready in time. So that's why you see this Whopper now with great big bits of cast armour still on it. Great big cast turret, cast hull as well. Now for this generation, they put in a huge, great big diesel engine in the back. And these tanks as well, over 8,000 made, actually more than that on the M60s, sold or passed on all around the world. Lots of them still in service. They're still being used by the Egyptians. The Turkish army has many of them at the moment. Used by the Americans in the first Gulf War, by the US Marines as well. And it was it was a reliable tank, but not particularly exciting for many people. It had got a good gun, reasonable armour, a reasonable reliability, but it certainly wasn't at the cutting edge in any way. And in the end, again, the Americans replaced this by the famous Abrams tanks, and most of these were finally given away. Some went to the National Guard units. So the British gun, in essence, on that tank, and on the side of the turret as well, British smoke dischargers, those funny little banks of tubes to fire out patterns of smoke grenade. Now this other one was made in designed in 1950 as well, as part of that response to the Korean War. This is the American heavy tank, the M102. So when the debate was going on in America about what would be the best way of knocking out a tank, most of the time tank guns, many of them have come from anti-aircraft guns, because the whole idea of the anti-aircraft gun, it's got to fire at a target way up in the air, so it leaves lots of welly behind the round. With this 120mm gun there, it comes from something called the stratosphere gun. It could fire around up to 60,000 feet up in the air. So they have a go with that on this enormous casting, 120mm gun. We actually copy that gun from the Americans. We put it on our Conqueror tanks. And that's what's so ridiculous about it all, because it was powerful, it was big. They have to do a huge turret. Look at the size of that turret to cope with that gun. 2-part ammunition, 2 loaders needed again. And then all of a sudden, one bit of new technology comes along, and they got rid of these because they were redundant. That British 105 gun outclassed this one in terms of penetration. No point having a tank this big with a 120mm gun on if you could do the same thing with that British gun, which is why these weren't in service long, because they were superseded quickly, or put it bluntly, they were dumped on the American Marines. Now, the technology of ammunition still continues to be developed. The next generation after tungsten rounds were just fin rounds. In other words, a metal dart in a cylinder fired out the end of the barrel of a tank. The cylinder falls away. The metal dart, no explosive on it, just made of dense metal like tungsten or depleted uranium. That going through the air will penetrate a tank, and the latest generation ones have actually got metal darts in 2 parts. So if the first part of the dart penetrates or is defeated, the second part will go all the way through. So the ammunition is also part of that story of how you knock out tanks, not just the size of these whopping great big guns we can see over there on those different tanks. And we can see what the British Army's got a little bit later on today by seeing some of those, well, we'll see the Army's kit when it comes in a bit later on. So that's some of the guns from the Cold War. And we're now, I'm just going to hand over to Steve, but in a moment we're going to look at how those tanks were combined together to actually make a battle group. So tanks never on their own, what did they fight with?
Thank you very much indeed, David. Welcome back. This is TANKFEST 2026, powered and presented by the World of Tanks here at the Tank Museum, home of the tank.
What an awesome display, Nick, there, and certainly some big guns. 4005, of course, M60, and of course one of my favourites, Centurion.
Yeah, and the M47, don't forget, which is
don't
a
forget the M47.
we had restored in time for TANKFEST last year. So thank you to all of those that supported that and the FV4005 project. But speaking about restoration project, as you may know, as a result of the popularity of the King Tiger, which you guys brought to TANKFEST last year, we've decided we were going to have a go at restoring one of our own. And in our next video, we're going to have a look at how that restoration project is going so far.
KT-V2. It's the oldest king tiger in the world, the only survivor with this unique pre-production turret, and the focus of our most ambitious restoration yet. Since launching our fundraiser in September, we've raised over £400,000, and we've made big steps in the restoration too. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the story so far.
Yeah, so it's finally back in the workshop, and we're going to start with the teardown of this project. We don't know what we're going to find, so it will be a learning process all throughout this project. We are at the moment prepping for the gun to be removed. So we're going for our second option, which is to remove the entire breech and gun through the back hatch right now. And we're going to do the final measurements to see if it actually all fits as it is through that back hatch.
We're just walking it back until we can get enough on out here to get the crane this side, and then we'll pull the whole thing through.
We're in the middle of prepping to get the turret off, going to take the weight and obviously weigh it, and then hopefully turret and the basket will come out in one.
The end's broken off. They've usually got that bit on that end, and they've got these little collars that go over it. It's broken off. What we're going to do next is we're going to remove the sprocket carrier. So we've undone all the bolts and knocked over the lock washers. Yeah, it's fairly loose, so in theory we shouldn't need the jacking bolt, so it should come off quite easily.
It's a bit trickier, that's all. Definitely. Whoa.
So now we've got the sprocket carrier off. As you can see, our final drive, so we've got to remove it. So we can't remove the final drive until we've got the brakes off inside. Hopefully we can remove them as a unit. If not, we'll have to take them apart.
This looks intelligent there. Look, would you like a pointy finger?
Right now we're doing the rim rot check, so getting ready to remove the suspension, but first, whilst it's all together, let's see what condition it's in. So we're at the stage where the vehicle is on some chocks, so it's raised off the ground, so we can start removing the suspension and road wheels. We're having a bit of issue figuring out how we actually remove the road wheels.
Thanks to our generous supporters, we've already achieved so much, but there's still plenty more to do. If you want to play a part in bringing KT-V2 back to life, then support the project at tankmuseum.org/KT-V2.
I'm here now in my favourite place in the whole museum, in the workshops, and I'm fortunate enough to be joined by Duncan, the workshop manager, to give us a very quick look and a talk around what's been going on the lead up to TANKFEST. Now, Duncan, the first thing I've got to say is I've been in there many times over the years. I've never seen it looking so tidy.
That's how it should look, is it? But as it is now, you've caught us where we've actually got everything prepared, ready for TANKFEST. So what you see in the workshop is one vehicle we are trying to get ready for tomorrow, but the others are in here for storage for security reasons.
Is it getting a bit of a problem on sort of like generally with the museum that I get the impression that you've got so many vehicles now, the space is of a premium?
We could say that we're full. The inn is seriously full. We're playing Tetris with vehicles. So if we sell one, we seem to buy two. And I've yet to work out where we store it all.
I mean, a prime example, I mean, these two vehicles at the moment, I think they're just stacked to place for...
Yeah, so these are, the Irish Defence Force are here supporting us. And these are two vehicles they brought over. So Landwerk J60, which is one of their tanks. And they've also brought over a Landwerk 188, which is a personal armoured car. Two of their collection. They're the same people that supported us last year with the Rolls-Royce armoured car.
Absolutely.
As you can see, gleaming grey paint, everything polished with an inch of its life.
There is something about them that everything is absolutely immaculate, isn't it? I always recall looking at the engine bay of that Rolls-Royce.
Yes,
and
definitely.
you could definitely eat your dinner off.
Ours is definitely war-torn.
Yes,
We've left
absolutely.
it.
Yeah. But what an incredible vehicle.
Yes, yeah. So we're really pleased to have these guys. They're a fun bunch to have over as well. So.
What about, as far as the team are concerned, does the preparation for TANKFEST never stop? Is it all year round?
No, so we spend the first 6 months of the year prepping. So imagine we've got 52 to 60 vehicles we run anyway, which form part of TANKFEST and Tanks in Action. So the guys from Christmas, we have 2 to 3 vehicles a week that have to be serviced right up to this week. Wow. If we don't keep that drumbeat, then we don't have enough vehicles out to meet TANKFEST nor Tanks in Action.
Good heavens. And is it always a panic? I can only imagine. I mean, it's such a large historic fleet you're running that, the day. Brilliant. Now, I've often wondered, I mean, obviously, as a team, you've got so many different vehicles you're looking after. Now, I mean, I was trained on Chieftain, Challenger 1, Challenger 2, so I know those tanks. But I mean, something a breakdown or...
Yeah, I mean, you've got here, the comments done just that on us. Quite nicely. So we got it all prepped earlier in the year, absolutely fine. Put it out for Tanks in Action, and the clutch decided to seize on.
Or delay the Soviets at the inner German border for as long as possible. This is why Chieftain ends up looking like it does. A massive gun, massively thick armour, and the engine is less of a priority. It's designed to sit back in a defensive position, hit the Russians at long range, and fall back. Keep fighting, take hits, well, until the Royal Armoured Corps no longer exists. Within that formation, you have to have reconnaissance assets. For the British, in the late 1980s, that was the CBRT family. Unfortunately, it was all a bit macabre there as well. If your recce screen came into contact with the enemy formation, you were probably no longer in contact with your recce screen. Aluminium armour is not holding out against the might of 3rd Guards Tank Army. But what they are there to do is identify the main axis of advance of the onrushing Soviet forces, giving battle group, brigade, division, and corps commanders time to react. That information and the speed that information can get back to them is vital. Right, where are we positioning our defensive line? Where are we counter-attacking from? If that's even possible. Where are our infantry digging in? Do we need to move them? All of this is going through. Where's our artillery going? Do we have close air support from either the Army Air Corps or the Royal Air Force? All of this is happening at the same time. You can see why fog of battle happens. For the British, this does start to change. This isn't a monolithic period for all sides. We get set in our ways and continue to do the same thing over and over again. It was a bit in the 70s. 60s and 70s, a standard army exercise for the British would involve a simulated Soviet counter-offensive into British lines. You'd hold them back, you'd take losses. The enemy was usually played by the Germans, in fact, using their Leopards and eventually their Marders. The British forces would hold them as long as possible until their ammunition, fuel and equipment stocks were depleted, and then a simulated nuclear warhead would go off, which would signal end X. Problem, pretty morbid, really. Not great for morale. So by the early 80s, this is starting to change. A chap called General Bagnall comes in. Initially as division, then corps, then army group commander. And he instills a new level of get up and go with the armed forces, with the British Army of the Rhine. We're not just going to sit there and take it. We're going to fall back. We're going to meet the Soviets at the inner German border. We're going to take the hit of that initial thrust, fall back. That is going to be a whole division taking that hit. We have 3 armoured divisions and 1 infantry division to play with. That is a large formation. It's not as large as the Soviets, but it is a large formation. That 1st division is going to take that hit. It's going to then fall back through the other 2 divisions. This may seem simple. It is not. That is an incredibly complex manoeuvre to pull off. Those 2 divisions are then going to draw the Soviets in. We're going to let them have ground. We're going to draw them in as long as possible, extend their supply lines, extend their confusion. Hit them all the way, though. Not going to let them have it all their own way. Artillery's going to be coming in. Air power's going to be coming in. We're going to be attriting them until that 1st division reforms. They will then form that counter-attack, hopefully smashing into the Soviet lines with as much force as they can muster. If that worked, that would have been highly successful. It is an optimistic plan, but when you've got mobility on your side, it is possible. See the Scorpion nipping around here? It would be a miracle if any of those survived that initial engagement, but they are still going to be knocking around in a few numbers, especially with the formations that are further back. The mobility for the British really starts to change by the mid-1980s. I love Chieftain. I'm sure we all love Chieftain. However, its engine does let it down. Its mobility is not up there with the latest bits of kit coming into the battlefield in the 70s and the early 80s. 432, the venerable 432, the APC, the battle taxi, is getting replaced in frontline units by this, the Warrior infantry fighting vehicle. It's not just a battle taxi, it is there to fight alongside the infantry. You mix that with Britain's new main battle tank, the Challenger 1, with its new engine and new armour, you have a new, entirely revitalised formation that can, and was planning to, take the fight to the Soviets. What the Warrior allowed to do was, it didn't just directly support the infantry. The knock-on effect of that was that it allowed the armour to be freed up, the heavy armour, to go off and do its own thing. It was not tied to the 432s of the somewhat defenseless infantry. It is an absolute step change in capability. Our colleague Stuart is going to in the next display, talk in a lot more detail about Warrior, so I certainly won't steal his thunder too much in that one. So what was the plan for the Soviets?
The Soviet plan was relatively simple. The Soviet plan was, as I said, to smash across the inner German border and effectively keep going. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Soviet vehicles when they start to move off, so you can get a better look at them. But for the moment, we have Warrior, the infantry fighting vehicle, which is just heading off. And then we have Chieftain, which is the classic British heavy hitter, a real old slugger of a main battle tank. Adding on to what James said, the whole idea with British MBTs is sit there, hold down, you've got a big gun, you've got heavy armour, you knock out the first few enemy tanks coming in your direction, and then you bug out backwards, back to the next prepared position. When we talk about Leopard a little bit later, that is a totally different kettle of fish, but this is a very heavily armoured and very well-armed tank. The thing sticking out the front of it is the L11 120mm gun, very, very hard hitting. It can either fire APDS, it can fire fin rounds, or favourite of the British Army, it can fire HESH, high explosive squash head. So Chieftain is moving round, and the next vehicle to move off will be a Challenger 1.
Earlier, Chris spoke about Challenger 3. This is the first generation of that armour scheme. Shorburn. We still really don't know what's in it today because it is that secret. Chieftain is originally a big slab of metal. This is composite. This is why it takes the shape it does. It's angular, it's slab-sided, and it works fantastically. Our Chieftain Mark 10 is upgraded with steel brew. While that is technically a composite armour, it is metal backed with rubber. Challenger is a whole different ballgame. Its gun is exactly the same as a Chieftain's. Its fire control system is near enough the same as a Chieftain Mark 11. But that mobility really gives this tank the edge. All those reforms I spoke about in the mid-80s, this is what allows the Army, the Royal Armoured Corps in particular, to go out into Desert Storm, what we call Operation Granby in 1991, with a full armoured division, and perform exceptionally well in offensive manoeuvre warfare. It was an army prepared to fight on the northern plains of Germany. It ended up doing, well, basically the opposite of that in 1991, but it achieved it. Because that officer corps, that leadership corps, those senior non-commissioned officers, they grew up in the army of the early 80s.
James was just mentioning the performance of Charlie 1 in Op Granby in the First Gulf War. Having spoken to General Sir Patrick Cordingley about this, he was the guy who had a big hand in the origination of the vehicle. But up to the point where Challenger departed for the Gulf, their maintenance record was abysmal. They were short of spares. What happened was an awful lot of cannibalisation to get the vehicles going, desertisation, and then finally following that, they did perform extremely well. They moved something like 350 kilometres in 4 days and did a very good job. Now, looking at the Warsaw Pact vehicles, here you have the BRDM-2, which is an amphibious scout car. Now, amphibious, that's a word that's going to occur repeatedly. BRDM-2, that's an amphibious scout car. See how that and the vehicle behind it, the OT-90, they're both boat-shaped. They are both designed to cross bodies of water on the surface. The BRDM-2, it's a scout car. They were used as command variants, anti-tank guided missile variants. This one, quite a jazzy camouflage scheme there, is actually a nuclear, biological and chemical warfare survey vehicle. But the whole thing about Warsaw Pact reconnaissance is it was aggressive. They were going to go forward, probe the enemy, look for weaknesses and suss out the routes by which the main divisions could follow. Now, behind the BRDM-2 is an OT-90. Now, those of you who know a bit about tanks will be thinking, well, that's not what that's called at all, that's a BMP. It's actually a Czechoslovak version of the Soviet-designed BMP armoured personnel carrier. It's got a slightly different turret. It was actually altered in the 1990s, and originally it started off with a 73mm Grom low velocity gun in the turret. That's been replaced with a 14.5 millimeter machine gun, which is actually round for round a far more effective weapon. But the whole thing about it, it's an infantry fighting vehicle, so it can take part in combat. But the main thing about it, in the back there are 8 what we call dismounts, infantrymen. As it goes past, you'll see there are rifle ports in the side. Never really quite understood what they're all about. But the whole thing is that infantry and tanks work together. Now, classic T-tank, T-72, comes out, as the name suggests, in the early 1970s. To start off with, it's a budget replacement for the T-64, which is too expensive and difficult to build. But the T-72 is an absolute classic of its type. When you look at it, you think T-tank. It's low to the ground. It has got that wok-shaped turret. They've deliberately made the thing lower, and in order to do that, they get rid of the only crew member who needs to stand up to do his job. That's the loader. So underneath that turret, there is an auto loader of the rounds are in it. It's auto loaded by the breech, and there's a carousel underneath. The gunner presses a button, and it puts the right round in the breech. It's actually very efficient indeed. The gun is 125mm, very powerful, but the whole tank itself is lighter and faster than something like Chieftain. The Soviets, the Warsaw Pact, wanted vehicles that would cover ground, do it quickly and get the job done. We have a friend of ours, Dag Patchett. He is East German. He was actually he served on East German T-72s. We're talking about Chieftain, and he said, we couldn't imagine why you built a tank so big and so heavy. Now, as that T-72 goes past, you'll notice there is a tube attached to the side of the turret. That is not what it looks like, something like a tow missile. It actually contains the component parts for a 4-meter schnorpel, and that can be inserted. I mentioned the fact that all Warpath armour is either amphibious or submersible. It's very difficult to make a main battle tank float, it's too heavy. So the T-72, you put that schnorkel up and it crosses the river like that. That way they get around the fact that our side, NATO, we'd blow up all the bridges to stop them. Now, moving off, one of my absolute favourites. This is a Canadian Leopard 1 tank. Now, Leopard 1 is the first tank built by Krauss-Maffei for the post-war West German Bundeswehr. And it is superb. That's a Canadian one. The other one that just up on the bund is actually Australian. The third, Leopard 2, is Dutch, because it's not only a superb tank, it's a superb export success. Everybody wanted to buy Leopard. It's got a 105mm gun, British design gun, but it's built around speed rather than heavy armour. Leopard 1 is about 15 tons lighter and roughly the same number of miles an hour faster than a Chieftain. The thought here was that tank guns were so effective, didn't matter how much armour you hit it with, it would not do any good. So the idea with Leopard, speed, mobility, speed as armour if you like. That was the idea, and they weren't going to sit there and sit hull down, they were going to counter-attack. So as Warsaw Pact columns came across, they would manoeuvre to flank them and do the job that way. So you've got 2 Leopard 1s, and then, James, there's a Leopard 2, isn't there?
If you can hear me over those 3 engines, as I sort of said earlier in the World War II battle, it is absolutely fantastic to see multiple vehicles of the same type or a similar type in our arena. Because unless you're on a battlefield or on a training area, where else are you going to see this? This is a tank troop. This is the smallest formation that tanks are going to be moving around the battlefield. And something you may or may not have noticed, they're not subtle. They are now because they've stopped. This is why you need smaller, quieter recce vehicles. These things are then going to commit, and there's basically no going back once these things get into the battle. You can hear them coming. I'm sure you could all feel them coming as well. That is the upside of a tank in comparison to anything else. You can stay in a position, in an overwatch position, moving that turret, getting your arcs properly secured. Then you can move off if you need to, or fall back, or engage. That 120mm smoothbore main gun on the Leo 2 is an exceptional piece of kit. You saw a later variant of that earlier on the Challenger 3. The Charlie 3's one is slightly longer, but it will fire the same ammunition. And it is incredibly lethal ammunition. When Leopard came into service, it gave the British Army of the Rhine a bit of a shock. The combination of the Marder, Germany's infantry fighting vehicle, and the new mobile Leo 2s, when coming into contact with British Centurions and 432s, well, British infantry didn't really come out on top on that one, because Chieftain has lost the firepower advantage, and the infantry are totally outgunned, which is why the Charlie 1 Warrior combo is so important for the history of the British Army. Leo 2 is not only an export success, and Chris said it's not only in service today like Leo 1, it is in production today. Leo 2A7 is being fielded, Leo 2A8 is in production, and the order books are full. If anybody tells you that tanks are obsolete, just look at who is buying tanks in how much numbers. It is staggering. If we wanted to buy a Leo 2 for our daily driver, we'd be waiting about 5 years for the first one.
There we are, ladies and gents. That's what's called a neutral turn. If you do that on a tarmac road, the council are going to be pretty hacked off because you've just handed them a big pile of tarmac and the curbstones from both sides. It is something we do slightly frown upon. But when you look at those three Leopards, you are seeing a considerable amount of tank development from the early Leopard 1, the Canadian, which has been improved in some ways. It's got secondary armour, through to the Australian, the last in the queue. That has had quite a bit more development. It's been up-armoured, it's got better fire control system, still the same L7 gun, but then you have got Leopard 2, and that is still very much a current main battle tank. It is in service, that particular example, with the Royal Netherlands Army, and we are very, very grateful to them for bringing it here today. So, as the Leopards make their way off, don't go anywhere. You have got the British Army display to come, but we hope you have enjoyed this look at post-war NATO Cold War armour.
And did we say the Leopard 2 had great mobility?
That's the Royal Netherlands Army just showing what it can really do. That's impressive. Victory lap for Leopard 2. Bloody marvellous.
Thank you, everybody, and we are going to hand back to Steve Bully.
Thank you so much, James and Chris, and wow.
And welcome back to TANKFEST Online 2026. Unfortunately, we did have some unavoidable, unforeseeable, and very unfortunate technical issues. It should be back. It doesn't affect the drops, and I hope the YouTube stream is back up and running and all smooth.
Machine crash.
Yeah, that's if it happens, it happens.
It's hot. It's like 1,000 degrees out here this week.
Yeah. So I did want to announce that we do have a brand new giveaway, and it will be coming from one of our community managers called Dwight. Many of you will be familiar with Chris. But before then, I believe you have a little bit of news to share about the next segment.
I do? Well, I'm very excited to say that the model we're about to see is based on our very own King Tiger V2 with that unique pre-production turret.
Yeah, sorry, it's very windy. Okay, if we can have a quick look at that video now. Hopefully it's going to be very quick.
Hey there, tankers. The museum is currently restoring this King Tiger V2 behind me, but you, if you're lucky enough, were able to win this little one if you follow the green link available in the chat. So good luck and see you around.
It looks so good, that model. You got to enter right now.
We'll look out for Nick on the entry list.
I'd love one myself. Now, both at the Tank Museum and in World of Tanks, it's always those weird and wonderful vehicles that get the most attention. Now, our next video features James Donaldson, who has been doing some of the commentary here this afternoon, asking what it is that makes a tank design weird.
What makes a tank weird? We know what makes a tank bad, we know what makes a tank good, and maybe even what makes a tank ugly. But what makes a tank weird? When I was first posed this question, I thought it would be an easy answer, but the more you look into it, the more difficult it becomes to pin down. But I'm going to give it a go anyway. First things first, being weird does not mean being bad. A weird tank doesn't have to be bad, but a bad tank can absolutely be weird. There are plenty of weird tanks that are terrible, like the Valiant. And there are plenty of terrible tanks that aren't necessarily that weird at all, like the Covenanter. And there are tanks that are weird and good, like the S-Tank. And there's also tanks that are weird for the sake of being weird. But what I didn't want to do with this video was just list a bunch of weird tanks we have in the collection. Instead, I conducted a highly scientific study. I sent a questionnaire out to all staff members at the Tank Museum asking what their weirdest tank is and why. The main result of this showed that the Tank Museum staff know far too much about tanks to come to any sort of consensus, but it did show that a few patterns were emerging. Turretless tanks, not tank destroyers, actual turretless tanks. These immediately raise eyebrows. Multi-turreted tanks, a whole category of what were they thinking? Normal tanks with weird bits stuck on. These aren't necessarily weird tanks, but they've had weirdness added to them. Experimental designs. This is where true weirdness thrives. When designers are allowed to go wild, they really do. And the French, a category of their own. French tanks are often weird not because they need to be, but because they simply are. Take the AMX-13 for example. It may look like just a light tank, but it was one of the main tanks of the French army. They could have built it like a normal light tank, but no, they decided to put the engine at the front and the auto-loading oscillating turret at the rear. Well, because they could. But if we had to pick one tank that would truly answer the question, what makes a tank weird, it would have to be the MBT-70. Now, I would like to make an honourable mention to this, the EBR. Yes, I know it's not a tank, but it is really weird. Look, so we've got oscillating, auto-loading turret in the middle. You've got two road wheels in the centre that drop down that are only made of steel for a bit of extra traction. You've got a driver at the front and at the back, and they're really small compartments anyway, and the most confusing hatch system my colleagues have ever come across. The MBT-70 has all the hallmarks of weirdness and then some. The gun, 152mm, and not really a gun, it's a gun launcher, primarily for firing the Shillelagh ATGW. But by this point, the US Army had already worked out it was just kind of bad. The turret, it may look normal, but it has a sub-turret, and it's not even for the commander like the Conqueror, it's for the driver. The idea was to make the hull as small as possible, but that didn't really work because the engine still had to go somewhere. The suspension is actively controlled, so while in theory a good idea, it was very complicated and does just make the thing look really goofy. Plus, the whole project was a US-German collaboration for a new generation of main battle tanks. But by this point, everyone had kind of worked out that conventional tanks work best. And this wasn't a single oddity of an experiment. They ended up building 22 prototypes, and the whole project cost both nations just $3.5 billion in today's money. In the end, I do think it just comes down to vibes, and some tanks just have weird vibes.
Well, weird vibes. Richard, what tank do you think has the weirdest vibes?
Oh, dude, that's a good question. I have to say, I mean, you know, the oscillating turrets, the French. I not so long ago drove an AMX 13, and I wouldn't say it was weird, but it was just unusual, obviously, for me as a British tanky to do it. Incredibly small. I found it, you know, actually quite difficult to get into. Certainly the commander's cupola, and I'm not a particularly big chap.
Yeah. And, you know, the French have got a history of very much doing their own thing. Think about the Schneider, the Char B1, the ARL 44, and the AMX 50, which also, I think, has an oscillating turret, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Now, of course, we're talking a bit about French tanks now. Now, a few weeks ago, I was incredibly fortunate. We travelled across to the Musée de Blondet, the French Tank Museum in Saumur, and I caught up with Adrian and some of the staff just to have a look at some of the refreshes that they've done on the museum. And also, of course, the big news is the Tiger One restoration. So we're very pleased to be back here at the Musée de Blondet, the French Tank Museum in Saumur. Now, I believe that since we were last here, there have been some pretty major changes to the museum. So I'm very pleased to be joined by Adrian.
Thank you for coming. Glad to welcome you. Yes, there has been a lot of work. Shall we begin?
Oh, absolutely.
This is the very beginning. This is the First World War Hall, with the very first French tank, the Schneider and the Saint-Chamond. Originally, our museum is only on a country setup. We had the German hall, the French hall, etc.
Yeah.
We changed it all in January. Our museum is now in chronological order. So this is really, really simpler.
So it was a lot of movement of vehicles and quite hard work, I'd imagine.
Yes, it was. Because now, in here, we have 170 vehicles.
Wow.
All of them, for a part, still in running condition or complete in mechanical parts. This is quite something. Here we are at the beginning of World War II. You can see really simply the bad guys in dark gray and the good guys with colors. Those are French tanks. This is the only museum you can see them because, well, we are the French Tank Museum.
Absolutely. The camouflage, fantastic.
Yes. This is camouflage from the beginning of the war. We were very, very colorful. But then we lacked of time, so we do it simpler, only with two colors. We are still at the beginning of the war. This is the biggest tank, the biggest French tank, the B1 bis. Only few exemplaries nowadays still in museums. Of course, we put just at the front its enemy, the 88, the only gun which can take down the B1 bis at the time. Then, of course, after France, we will enter USSR. And USSR was, as you know it, a very, very, very bad news for German tank, because the T-34 and KV-1 were just tough monsters.
Yeah,
at the
absolutely,
time.
of course. Of course. I think it's important to add as well that the museum at the moment is closed, which is great for us for filming.
Absolutely. The museum is closed. We are just before the entry of the visitors. So this is a museum just for yourself.
And I believe there's still quite a lot of work to do as far as the behind the scenes.
Yes,
So,
absolutely. There is only the vehicles ready to be discovered. All the elements to understand the history will be put on time this year or next year.
Oh, wow, okay. So a lot of work to be done.
Yes, a very, very big chunk of work. We are in the desert part. British tanks on your left, Italians and Germans on the right. We are so happy, so lucky to have Italian tanks. this is quite rare vehicles.
Now, would you say the majority of the collection here is, was it found in France? You haven't got stuff that's been brought across from other countries, or the majority of the collection was actually here?
This is a long story. So, long story short,
yeah.
Most of them for the Second World War were, well, just took in France. Because we were one of the major battlefields of World War II. And we French recover a lot of tanks just for studies. We wanted to rebuild our industrial capacities to build tanks, so we should get Germans, Americans, British tanks to study what was a good tank, what was a good idea to get them and build better tanks. Well, of course, we still have our Tiger II. For now, the only one still in running condition.
Which I'm sure many people will remember, of course, from TANKFEST last year.
Absolutely. And we are really, really lucky because we do know for sure, at last, majority of its history. It was deployed in Normandy in 1944, but its own crew had to blow it up because, of course, this is not the enemy that can destroy a big vehicle like that. It's just lack of fuel, lack of mechanical parts, and breakdowns. I said we are lucky also because we have friends out there. This is a gift. This is a Sherman Firefly.
Wow, fantastic.
From our friends in Belgium. Baston Barracks sent it to us. Here we are in 1944. German's vehicle on your right, British one on the left, and maybe this peculiar center was on the beaches on D-Day. This is possible. Churchill, of course.
One of my favorites.
Yes. We do not know for now its own history because sadly we got those vehicles, but paper doesn't do the same thing. We only had at the time the idea to get a vehicle, not its peculiar history. This is a really interesting part because everybody talk about big German tanks, but Allies were building also big vehicles. But those things are the biggest tanks of World War II. Jagdpanther, of course, Panther, and the Tiger II. This very Panther is unique. It was took to the Germans by the 2nd French Armored Division, which is here in representation with this map of France and the cross. There are some Second World War vehicles, but this peculiar hall is not about Second World War, but about colonial wars.
Okay.
The main idea is to show all the periods when tanks and armored vehicles, obviously, were used. And to understand those kind of vehicles, this will be a special area to see what is an armor. As you can see, this is a good example to talk about that. What is power, but from the point of view of firepower? So this is the gun from AMX-30B. And then we enter Cold War. Authentic piece of Berlin Wall, and then here, Soviet vehicle. On your right, on your left, Allied. Yes, of course, you saw that.
My favorite, the Chieftain.
Yes, of course.
Makes me feel old to think that I served on that. But
No, no, don't say that. You were asking where those tanks come from.
Yeah, yeah.
For a part, now, those vehicles weren't on a battlefield in France, of course.
Of course.
But we have here some vehicle took by French forces around the world.
Okay.
Because with United Nations giving us areas to maintain peace, we had some fight to do. And we took some vehicle from our enemies. And those vehicles are put in display here at the museum. But well, all the vehicles weren't took with United Nations. This very vehicle here was took on Egyptian at Suez in 1956. And most of the vehicle from the Cold War era are gifts, like those two vehicles from Sweden. And we even have a Swiss tank. This is a neutral corner. Of course, this is the Vietnam War corner with American tank M41 and PT-76, two enemies at the time.
Have you got a particular favourite in the whole collection, or?
In the whole collection, yes. I must admit, I am a big fan of the S tank.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think this is really, really interesting. Why do a tank without a turret? I mean, this is not a tank without a turret. It is a turret with tracks.
Exactly, yeah.
This is fascinating.
And you know, it's so specifically designed for this, you know, just hiding and waiting,
Yes,
ambushing.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Here we are in the Gulf War. Those two very vehicles were took under Saddam troops in 1991. There's the IMX-10 RC, IMX-30. Those two tanks were on the French side. Americans still had at the time, the Marines had still M60.
And a fantastic vehicle there, I see.
Of course, a Challenger. This is another part of the story. This is a whole to conclude the story. We begin here at the Gulf War, 1991, and we finish this very last war with the Leclerc. But in between, you have Yugoslavia. This is a Yugoslavian vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
You have, I said it, NATO and United Nations operations in white with UN. This vehicle was in Lebanon in 2006. Last but not least, the Leclerc, of course, and some other armor from France, MX-30 B2 Wyness, just before the Leclerc took over. A Leopard 2 prototype, quite unusual, and a Merkava 1, a gift from Israel.
Brilliant. Adrian, thank you so much for this quick whistle-stop tour around here. All I can say is obviously anybody that's in the area, got to pop in and got to see you. And obviously the work doesn't end there. Restorations and your fantastic workshop staff. And we are going to have a look later at the very exciting projects that you're working on at the moment.
Absolutely, Tiger One. One of our greatest pride here in Saumur is our mechanical workshop. 4 mechanics and volunteers are able to make running 100 historical vehicles, from the first French tank, 1917 to nowadays tanks. Here is two French tanks, 30 years apart. Renault R35 and IMX 30B2. The little one on my left is a vehicle which have fought in the 40s at the beginning of the Second World War. This is a quite colorful vehicle, but it is the colors used at the beginning of the R35 production. This is normal, but quickly, after some years, there was only two colors used, green and brown. On my right, 30 years later, IMX 30B, which entered production in the 60s. And this version is an IMX 30B2. Production at the beginning of the 80s. This is a very much potent material. It is an MBT, main battle tank, and this was our tank during Cold War. You can see them on historical display, running here in Saumur twice a year. One at spring, it's the International Model Competition, and the second time in July, the weekend of the 14th of July. Now, a little sneak peek.
So, Richard, come in.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the workshop to the Musée des Blindés of Saumur.
Thank you. The beating heart of any museum.
Yes, of course. We are here. We have four mechanicals, two works on the big project to the Tiger One. It's for many years we work too. We different partners, the Panzer Farm, to work with us to make this tank work again.
And I can imagine, so how many years has this been now? Is it the second year? No, up to 3 years.
It will drive again this at the end of this summer, and we mean that it's work with the four mechanicals. We volunteers 3 years to make this project, to end it.
Fantastic. And what would you say the work so far? What's been the hardest thing, do you think? The most difficult part of the whole project?
Parts, we have all the parts. We have put out to check everything that will be completed. We in the Second World War II was.
And I've always thought, I mean, when you talk about parts and everything, I mean, the technology, everybody says the technology for the Tiger was quite complicated.
The gearbox is going complicated, the engine is complicated, all is complicated, but it's a very great experience to work to this with the mechanicals, with the volunteers, and with the partners to give us the help.
Wow, it's fantastic. And of course it will mean that your museum is only the second Tiger One that will be running in the world?
Yes, of course, of course. And it was a great experience to see the bus tanks drive on the perhaps next year or later on the running gear of the TANKFEST.
Oh, brilliant. I mean, for us, it's fantastic. And thank you and all of your team so much for all the hard work that goes into keeping the history alive.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Richard.
We are incredibly lucky here in the Musée des Blindés because we do know the story of our peculiar Tiger One tank. This vehicle here is in pieces. You have the gun, the famous 88mm gun, fearsome. We have here the piece, the toughest piece of its armor, 12 centimeters. It's incredibly thick for the beginning of heavy tanks, but this peculiar tiger was engaged in Normandy in 1944. It was sent to the 102nd SS Heavy Tank Battalion in May 1944. It was deployed then in Normandy, and it fought. We do not know which vehicles, which troop it killed, or it was battling against. But what we do know for sure, at the end of its story, this vehicle was trying to flee from the last pocket at the end of the Normandy fighting. In late August, in the night of the 18th to the 19th, he tried with 2 other Tigers to break through the British lines. It was night, black night, no headlights. The 3 vehicles in line tried to break through. The first can pass through, but the second was stopped by the British. Anti-tank fire break its tracks. And the second Tiger is stopped right there. And the third one, this one, smash into the second, stopped immediately, and the crew was forced to abandon the vehicle. The vehicle is then retrieved some time later by 3 French fighters that reused it against Germans. This is the story we want to tell. This vehicle, once an oppressive vehicle, then be a liberation tool in France, and after a tool to occupy Germany, because this peculiar tank, at first named Bretagne by the Free French, was renamed Colmar at the time he went to occupation of Germany. Thanks to one man, which was Michel Aubry, the father founder of our museum, this tiger was retrieved from a storage unit of the French army, and in the 70s it was put for the first time on display à Saumur in the Musée des Blindés.
Bonjour, je suis Franck du Musée des Blindés, donc je suis mécanicien. Donc j'ai eu la grande chance de travailler sur le Tigre qui est derrière moi. Donc ma spécialité a été un peu de tout, c'est-à-dire que j'ai fait la partie surtout avant, c'est-à-dire tout ce qui est réducteur. Donc toute la partie derrière le barbotin. Donc les grosses difficultés qu'on a eues, c'est que comme il n'a pas roulé pendant 70 ans, donc beaucoup de grippe, beaucoup de boulons cassés. Donc au remontage, on s'est rendu compte qu'il y avait beaucoup de choses qui fuyaient aussi. Donc obligé de refaire les joints. Ensuite, on a fait toute la partie masque. Donc on l'a rendu mobile, car il était grippé. Après, on a fait tout le système de graissage intérieur. Donc on a graissé toutes les parties bras. Donc les bras ont été démontés. Toute la partie bras a été contrôlée. Et chaque tuyau de graissage a été nettoyé pour pouvoir regraisser. Donc voilà, ça c'est toutes les parties que nous avons fait jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Donc là, on est sur de nouveaux éléments à refaire.
Bonjour, je suis Alexandre, chef d'atelier du Musée des Blindés. Donc là, nous nous trouvons sur le Tigre 1. Nous sommes dans la 2e phase de restauration du char. Nous avons mis en place toute la partie boîte de vitesse et connecté la boîte de vitesse. Hier, on a mis en place le moteur. On est en train de connecter celui-ci et de vérifier qu'il n'y a plus de fuite. Et après, on rentrera dans une 2e phase qui est la phase d'essai du véhicule. Et une fois le véhicule validé, on pourra mettre la tourelle, mettre le canon et réaliser son camouflage final.
A massive thank you, of course, to the staff at the Musée de Blondet in Saumur, France. Absolutely incredible to catch up with them. The restoration project as well is going incredibly well. I feel absolutely honoured because when we were visiting, it was the first startup, as you saw on the video there, the very first start of the engine. So amazing. And of course, we will keep you updated on how that restoration is going. And ultimately, it looks like there could be another Tiger One.
Absolutely, and we wish them the very best of luck. You know, the Musée de Blondet is easily the second best tank museum in the entire world. And hopefully, you know, one day we'd love to see that tiger perhaps over here at a future TANKFEST. But now, speaking of restorations, we're of course working on the King Tiger, V2 of course at the moment. But we've also decided to put the band back together and work on another big British beast.
The Tank Museum and Mr. Hughes are partnering once again, this time to bring a Conqueror heavy tank back to life.
I'm Mr. Hughes, and behind me here is a giant piece of metal, which is in fact a Conqueror tank. And we're going to try and restore it with the Tank Museum. You might remember us from a few years ago. We had a small part in helping them restore one of the biggest tanks ever made, the FE 4005. And brought it back to life and displayed it at TANKFEST. Well, we plan to do a very similar thing with this. Now, for those that don't know, there aren't actually any running Conqueror gun tanks left in the world. So our plan will be to bring this fully back to life. Now, we're not going to shoot it, but it will be fully drivable as a working display to be seen at TANKFEST.
The vehicle chosen for the project, Conqueror 40BA81, has recently returned to the Tank Museum from IWM Duxford, where it's been on loan since the 1990s. Having been built near Glasgow, it entered service in March 1955 and was sent to serve with the British Army of the Rhine as a troop trial vehicle. It's thought it may have been the second production vehicle off the line, but its service life was short. By 1966, the Conqueror was effectively obsolete, and it was sent back to the British Army storage facility at Ludgershall, where its original turret was removed. By 1975, it was being used as a tug at an MOD establishment, and 10 years later, it was donated to the Tank Museum.
This is its current state. Now, no idea what that is. That seat doesn't look like the most comfortable thing to sit on, but the dashboard and all the controls are present, the wiring's present. One thing that you might be wondering is, what is this?
This is a Windsor turret. It's a relic of the Conqueror development program. They had been designed to match the weight of the then unfinished Conqueror gun turrets, so trials of the new chassis could proceed.
This will be coming off, and we will be fitting a proper, genuine turret for it, and that's going to be very heavy.
Researchers at the Tank Museum have identified an original 120mm gun turret on an MOD range, and are in negotiations to recover it to complete the vehicle.
So there is a little bit of tin work that's going to need to be done, like on all these British tanks. Quite common. The boxes are a little bit rotten, but let's take a look inside. It's mint in there. What people don't probably realise is just how hot it is today, and the smell of old stale petrol coming out of there is really nice. Shall we show them a bit of a closer look inside? Now, it may look terrible, don't get me wrong, it is terrible, but it isn't that bad and we can fix it. Come inside the boudoir. This is its current state. No one's touched it. This is how it came. There's the back of the Meteor engine. Air cleaners, everything is in place. A bit of rust going on down there. A lot of room in here. A lot of room for a party. Right, I'm going to have to come out because it's very smelly. Right, so you might be wondering, what is probably going to be the biggest challenge with this project? And of course, I've never worked on a Conqueror before, so I'm going to go with many things will be, but my main concern is actually what's underneath me here, and that is a Meteor M120. And for those that don't know, essentially is a Meteor engine out of a Centurion tank that someone has took the carburetors off, thrown them in the bin, and put a fuel injection system on, bringing what was a 600 horsepower engine all the way up to an 810 horsepower engine, which, in fairness, is quite impressive. But they weren't very reliable when they were new, so that worries me.
If you would like to help support this project, please visit our website and help us raise the £50,000 we need to finish the job. Donating is easy, and we're able to accept donations from around the world.
And I want to say huge thanks to the Tank Museum for trusting us with this project and the 4005. And we can't wait to see the end result.
The Tank Museum and Mr. Hughes. We came, we restored, we conqueror-ud.
Massive thank you, of course, there to Mr. Joe Hughes. Another exciting project, and so fantastic from him, and of course the Tank Museum for getting off the ground. And I have to say, the video, the bit that made me laugh the most was "We Conqueror." That was, I believe, your idea. So well done for that, Nick, of course, as well. Don't forget to check out Mr. Hughes' YouTube channel, of course, and we wait with bated breath to get updates about the restoration of the Conqueror.
TANKFEST 2028, that's when we're expecting to have that vehicle here. So make your travel plans now, book your hotels, and get your spending money ready, because the Tank Museum is a registered charity, and it's supported by people like you, enthusiasts like you at home, and we really appreciate every penny of that support. There are many ways you can support the Tank Museum. Supporting us in our Conqueror project is just one of those ways.
Now, for a little bit brand new news from us, and Wargaming has released a new title called World of Tanks Heat. Here's a short video where our co-host spent a little bit of time there, touring, playing, enjoying.
We're now in the Vehicle Conservation Centre where I've bumped into Luke. It's the coolest place in the Tank Museum, and I'm not just talking about the temperature. Luke, tell us, what's going on in here today?
Well, nice to meet you all. I am Luke. I'm head of community for World of Tanks Heat, which is our brand new game, newest entry into the World of Tanks franchise. And it's actually marked, well, for you guys, 2 days extra, but it's marked exactly 1 month today since we launched the game.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit about this game. It's part of the World of Tanks family, but it's slightly different to the World of Tanks game.
Yes, well, World of Tanks is quite a historical game, right? It's very focused on historical accuracy. We are living in an alternate history in World of Tanks Heat. So we follow like a 70-30 principle. 70% reality, basing our tanks on real prototypes and real tanks, and then we add 30% of extra heat magic on top.
And the vehicle's a little bit more modern than they do in the World of Tanks.
Absolutely. We're settled in kind of what would be the Cold War era, right? But as opposed to traditional World of Tanks, we have hero shooter elements in our game. So for us, the agents that control the tanks are a big focus. You know, they come with ultimate abilities, the tanks have abilities, and it makes for a very aggressive and dynamic gameplay.
How is it different from World of Tanks, apart from the vehicles themselves?
Well, we lean a little bit more into some of the traditional kind of shooter game modes, for example. Right, we have things like Conquest and Kill Confirm. We have respawns. We have, like I said, we have the hero abilities and the tanks have abilities. So it's very fast-paced and dynamic, and it's a lot less punishing than World of Tanks, where, you know, you make a little mistake, you're back in the garage.
And that's something I can tell you a lot about, it has to be said.
Yeah, same.
So I can see it's very busy. It's clearly being well received. And what formats is it available on right now?
So we're actually launched fully cross-platform, both on Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, as well as Steam, and of course our Wargaming Game Center on PC. And it's fully cross-platform and cross-progression, so you can play on one device, keep playing on the other device, play with your friends wherever they are. So that's really been great to see, and people have been receiving it very well.
Well, I haven't tried it yet myself, but I'm looking forward to doing it. Just one more thing, are there any vehicles in the game which are based on vehicles that you can see in the museum?
Yeah, we've got quite a few. I think the coolest example is because we are launching our Season 1 next week, which is going to be coming with 2 new tanks, and both of them are variants of the Leopard 2, which I've been looking at in the vehicle park this morning, which are amazing. But there's quite a few examples that are around the museum.
Fantastic. Well, Luke, thank you very much for joining us. If we want to play Heat right now, what do we need to do?
Well, just head to our website. It's whatheat.com, so WOTheat.com, and you can play for free on whatever platform you want.
Luke, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And welcome back. Now, I know, Nick, you have been spending every spare second this weekend playing the Tanks Heat. I hope you've been making some time for PC still.
Do you know what? I haven't had chance to try it yet. And as for my skills in World of Tanks, well, you can probably imagine it's resulted in many smashed keyboards. That said, I know it's something that my son Edison and his mate Kit, who are here today enjoying their very first TANKFEST, will enjoy. So I hope you've had a great day, lads.
And I think I'm going to have to take a moment then too. I did promise my girls at home. Can I give a shout out, please?
Why the heck not?
Yeah, my twins, Lauren and Amber. Hi, girls.
Anyone you want to say
I just promised
hello
all
to,
these years we've been doing it. And
Just
David.
Marketta. Marketta. Hello, Marketta and Marketta's mum. And I hope you're enjoying the show.
So what's your highlights of TANKFEST been so far?
So far, all I think about is the heat. It has been so swelteringly hot, this TANKFEST. It has been unreal. You?
Well, you know, I think you've got a good point there about the heat. We always manage to have a mini heat wave over TANKFEST.
Come on, guys, Challenger 3. We've seen Challenger 3.
Oh, sorry, here we are moaning.
First time
There's
ever
been
in
a lot
public.
of great highlights. You're absolutely right. Challenger 3 was incredible. Meeting Johnson Bahari and seeing him open the show on Friday was a really
real
amazing
honour.
moment for me. All
Sherman
of those
Jumbo.
fantastic guests. The the Leopard 2 from the Netherlands.
Yep.
Fantastic. You know, the Stug 3, the Sherman Jumbo,
the Nashorn.
I know you've been very excited about that, Richard. Just dying to see it because it's been a long time coming.
It has been a long time coming.
It's a long time at Customs,
I think it's a good opportune moment, really, to thank all of the huge amount of people, of course, that take the time out to go to TANKFEST to bring these vehicles. I mean, their passion is apparent when they come here. As David said, as all of you know, it's been very hot over the last few days. A lot of them are camping out as well.
They are. Yeah, and looking around, there's lots of happy people in the audience, albeit slightly sunburned. But here we are at the Tank Museum in rural England, but occasionally with the same temperature as Arizona. Always during TANKFEST, anyway.
Well, I know we're waiting for the British tanks to get roaring. So before then, I think now's a good time to remind everybody about Twitch drops, which are going on right now. It is still valid and happening on Twitch, where after 60 minutes you would have had a chance of crew Beaks, I don't know what a beak is, Tier 10 Badger 3D style called the Mordred, the Tier 8 premium tank, the ST66. After 120 minutes, you have the 2 TANKFEST token store tokens, where you can get yourself a Richard Commander and put him in charge of all your tanks, and you will win every battle. After 180 minutes, you will have a chance of credit personal reserves, the Tier 10 IS4 Granite 3D style, or the Tier 9 French premium tank, the Shah MLE. Now, for those that haven't tuned in since last year, we had some big changes in World of Tanks PC. We launched 2.0, where we introduced a lot of Tier 11 tanks, which was pretty big. We had a lot of in-game updates, mechanics, matchmaking changes, and everything else. So I'm hoping, Nick, you will be able to check all of those out soon.
Let's see if I've improved any. Now, we are about to enjoy the last live display of TANKFEST 2026, which will be the modern display from the British Army. And the vehicles we're going to see among them will be something quite interesting, the Boxer, which is one of the new British Army vehicles. And I don't know if it's something you're all that familiar with.
No, I'm afraid it's a bit new for me. But of course, it is the first time It's been here?
It is the first time we've seen it here at TANKFEST in British Army service.
In British Army service, of course, yes, absolutely. So I think, judging by the crowd at the moment...
Big round of applause.
Big round of applause. I think we are...
We don't see any movement from here.
Almost ready to go across, back live to the arena to catch up with the British Army.
Explain what my actual job role is. Seeing everybody here of their own volition, supporting everything that we do is probably the highlight of the year. I think it's fair to say there's quite a lot of noise about our armed forces at the minute. Not all of it is always positive. So when we get the chance to come to an event like this, where people have paid gun money to come and see us, the conversation we have, the questions we have, the debates we have at the ammo stand, and the support that you could perpetually show us, it really means a lot for all of us. So once again, thank you. As been touched on, we've got the chance to have a lot of the families of the soldiers that you're going to see coming around here. So today, where I can, I'm going to drop the names of the crews and of the vehicles that we're going to see. The family members out there, I do expect that you're going to make some noise, but if you could support that, recognise the fact that they're out there doing this for you, it's going to make our day, well, it's going to make our day fantastic, and it's going to be a highlight to the end of our weekend.
So, tell us then, thanks so much for that, Corporal Wright. Tell us then, what's your job here up the road at what I used to call Armoured Trials Development Unit? It's now Armoured Trials Unit. I always jokingly say they're there to try and break the kit.
Absolutely. We'd call it checking for ruggedisation, squaddy proofing it. Ideas come to us. Whilst, yes, we've dropped the armoured from our title, we are still very much the home of mounted close combat at Bovington. So whatever it may be, it could be some form of drone detection, it could be some form of new camnet, new headset, helmets, anything like that. Once the boffins have created it for us, we're going to take it, we're going to run it through the field, and we're going to check to see if it works. It's a fantastic job, okay? The Army is a big organisation, and I'm very happy and very lucky to have the chance to work down there, because we're seeing future kit before it gets to us, before it gets to our soldiers, and our input as the experts on that is truly appreciated. I'll spin a slightly nostalgic story for you. The last Christmas card I got from my grandfather before he passed away had a very good line on it. It said something along the lines of, find a job that you love and you never work a day in your life. I get to do that whilst working over here. It's not always great, but I definitely love it.
And it's a really interesting time for you guys as well at the moment, isn't it, for the Army? Because there's new kit coming in, old kit going out. You've got to work out what works together. And we're going to see some of that lovely kit as well, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. It's an exciting time. We've talked about the new stuff that we've got. We're talking about re-rolling the old stuff. How do we make it work? Threats change constantly. We all see that. And what we do at Army Trials Unit is to take ideas, make plans with them, and make them work. I think we're probably about time to see some vehicles.
Let's give them a wave and let's see if anyone was paying attention over there. We'll wave again. Go on, that's it. There you go. We'll wake them up. So it's been a hot day. So let's see, what's that first vehicle we're going to bring on? Because again, I imagine a lot of people here think, oh, it's got to be a tank or something. Hang on, what's this one? Really important though.
So this is the MAN SVR, okay? So part of the MAN SV or support vehicle range. This is the recovery variant. This is what we use to drag things out of trouble, okay? Anything up to including about the size of a Warrior. You'll see the large crane on the back there. That is a recovery crane. That's able to lift things. You're looking at about a 15-ton limit on there. At the rear, once it drives around, you'll be able to see winching mechanism, pulleys. That's able to drag stuff up to 35 or 50 tons, depending how it's done. This vehicle is crewed by the REME, Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. Okay, most specifically, you're always going to have a recce mech on there. Today, we've got Corporal Glasgow and Lance Corporal Metcalf. Mitford, excuse me. There we go, I got his name wrong and we still cheered. On camp, recce mechs are responsible for checking our lifting equipment, ensuring it's all in date, making sure we can do things safely. When we get out of camp, these are some of the busiest guys and girls you know, because we don't get many vehicles caught in ditches on the tank park, but it happens when we're out there. So if you want a job where you're quiet for 20% of the time and busy 80% of the time, this isn't for you. If you want to be quiet 80% of the time and very busy 20% of the time, take this job. A few points on the SVR itself. It is a big vehicle. In that configuration, it can weigh up to 38 tons, and it needs to be that weight because it needs to be able to pull the vehicles. Interestingly, it can be used as a multi-purpose tool, so it's not just limited to recovery. The crane on the top, if used in conjunction with another vehicle, and I've seen this happen, it is a pretty impressive sight, two of those put together are able to lift the turret off of a Challenger 2.
We said before, how many roughly we've got, you know, because again, scale, we're seeing one of everything here, but of course for the military, we're actually talking lots most of the time.
The MAN SV range, you've got about 6,000 vehicles, but that includes all what we generally term as army trucks. SVRs, you're looking in the hundreds. Most of them are going to be attached to regiments that you've got the warriors, the vehicles that require that kind of recovery. As an armoured soldier, I'm probably going to see one per squadron for me because it's not there to pull Challengers out of trouble. We're going to see a vehicle like that coming up shortly.
And again, in the background, so obviously serving army, trialling it here, but you've seen the stands out here. We've got things like the yeomanry, the people in the background as well, because part-time soldiering as well. People, I imagine there's people here in the audience with the skills, recovery, road stuff, they'd be perfect for this, wouldn't they?
And of course, that's the thing. We often talk about the army giving you transferable skills. REME is very definitely one of those. It's a technical trade. Being a technical trade, some of their skills are on a higher pay band, especially if you enjoy electronics. Join as a technician, you start off as a Lance Corporal, more money, and you've got that ability to then go and work elsewhere.
So, obviously it's come on, something big and noisy behind, hiding behind the mound there. Now, another one of these classic vehicles that is essential for an armoured force, wherever it's going, but sometimes we don't look at so much down here. We only like the real big battle tanks, and here we're talking about something that recovers them.
Absolutely. So we've got the craft here. Challenger Armoured Repair and Recovery Vehicle. As the name suggests, it's armoured, it's there to repair and recover Challengers. In its OES configuration, we've got the extra armour on. She's a real brute. About 68 tons, you're looking well over 70 with that. She needs to be heavy because she needs to recover the extra tanks. Again, crewed today by the REME. We've got Corporal Wood driving today. Big shout out to her and his girlfriend who's present here. And then at the top, we've got Corporal Tucker. Hi, Ali, you're out there in the crowd, I know, somewhere. And Bob, who we mentioned yesterday. Let's give him a round of applause again for being ginger in this heat. Now that we've got the personalities out of the way, I should probably tell you what it actually does. The crane that you see on the top of there, okay, that is not a recovery crane. Unlike the SVR, that's not used for getting vehicles out of trouble. That's there primarily to take the pack, the engine, out of Challengers. It is theoretically possible to take its own pack out as well, although in practice, highly difficult. At the back there, that's where you see the drawbars. Once they've got us out of trouble with a winch that you see on the front, the drawbars are then attached to form an A-frame. That can pull a fully uploaded Challenger 2 tank out of most situations.
And this is in this phrase we sometimes use erroneously, but theatre entry standard. It's got the extra armour on the outside, bar armour at the back, and some of the electronic gadgetry that if it's going off on combat situations.
Yeah, high threat environment. As ever, vehicles like this are combat support. They're not supposed to be frontline fighting vehicles, but they go where the frontline fighting is. So it needs to have that additional armour. It brings to memory the famous incident in Iraq. We've got Staff Sergeant Lyndhurst of the REME. Recce Mech, he received a military cross for successfully recovering Challengers. Over the course of the day, his crew recovered a stricken Challenger. This is the famous one where the Challenger got hit by so many RPGs. The numbers are inflated. Regardless of that, Staff Lyndhurst, under constant small arms, RPG and mortar fired, recovered it. So whilst not frontline fighting soldiers, they've definitely got the courage to get in there and help retrieve those assets.
And you have to say, if you like your vehicles, it looks perfect for its role, doesn't it? Dozer blade on the front, big and butch, perfect. It's a perfect Tonka toy. Now, another one that's pretty obvious, I imagine most of us could work this one out, it's a bridge layer.
We've got it. The bridge layer today, Titan. So Challenger 2 Titan Armoured Vehicle Launched Bridge is its full name. We just refer to it as Titan. Those with any form of insignia identification will see this is crewed by the Royal Engineers, okay? Today, driven by Sergeant Smith and commanded by Staff Sergeant Ansell. The engineers, okay? Very, very specialised in what they do, and the Titan personifies that. Whilst we've had the SVR and the Krav that carry out multiple purposes well, the Titan is there to do one thing. It's to bridge gaps for us, whether that be a river, whether that be some form of small ravine. This is highly specialised, and as such is vital to our ability to fight manoeuvre warfare.
Now, it's an obvious thing to say, but we have to remember this. You imagine all your tanks going forward, you've got an armoured force, you come to, as the military would call it, gap crossing. You come to a river, something like that. If you're all held up, it's a real problem. You absolutely need these assets if you're going to continue and advance. So for the army, they're really precious assets, aren't they?
Key. And the same goes vice versa. If we see an enemy one of these, it is instantly a high-value target because we can deny that same ability for them. Most modern war fighting is based upon combined arms manoeuvre. The key element of that is manoeuvre warfare. You want every element moving together in unison. Well, if one element can't move, if you can't advance, it comes to a halt and you become an easy target.
So we're going to see the vehicle. If he finds an appropriate spot, see if he's going to actually try and drop that bridge for us. But seeing him move around there, one of the issues, of course, is now you've got new kit coming in. Of course, you've got to make sure the older kit is still going to be compatible. And we saw this morning, Challenger 3 is still going to be able to use this bridge?
Challenger 3, I believe so. Don't quote me because we haven't got, these are prototypes. I can talk to Challenger 3 recovery. We've been out on Krav recovery trials. Challenger 3 can be recovered by Krav, so that's a tick in the box. Similarly, SVR has been tested with Boxer. That's a current one where they're trying to work out if it is feasible.
So back to that key role of the trials unit is making sure the compatibility between the vehicles. No one wants to go on a campaign or service anywhere and find that something's not working with something else. And again, it's with the vehicles, but kit, aren't you? Like new crew clothing, helmets?
New helmets, new body armour. I could bore you to death. I've been deeply involved in looking at new army boots. But talking and working together, we'll draw attention a little bit and we're going to explain what's going to be going on in the background whilst this bridge is being laid, okay? Today we're laying a number 10 bridge, 24.5 metres, quite an impressive length that we can cover with that there. Before any of this has happened, we've reconnaissanced a suitable spot. That could have been done by our own reconnaissance, so a light cavalry regiment. More than likely, we're going to have ID'd where we think we can go, and then armoured recce, okay, they have their special reconnaissance, all kinds of measuring sticks, gauges, they're going to tell if it's correct or not. Traditionally, they would have been on a CVRT platform, a Spartan perhaps, now more than likely to be one of the Ajax variants or indeed a Warrior. As we've touched on and we've gone on about, this is a high value target. We are not going to let that go to any form of crossing by itself. Before it's moved, we're going to have a troop of tanks, if we were an armoured battle group, watching this spot, looking out in depth to make sure there's no enemy over there. Move into the crossing, it's going to be protected. It could be 4 warriors, it could be 2 tanks. It depends what we've got on hand. Reinforcing the fact that this is vital. We would rather lose another armoured asset than lose one of these because we don't have that many of them.
And again, with we always, and again, part of the history, the museum still teaches that idea of what can we learn from the past. The classic situation is always with, we never think we've got enough tanks, but we certainly never have enough armoured engineering variants, do we, sort of thing. So over time, this is something that we have to learn again. We saw the Krav, it's over there with a dozer blade. You know, if you're going in an urban setting, you're going to be needing that dozer blade for so many different reasons now. So the fact of Challenger, we can fit a dozer blade on the front. All this sort of engineering assets can be vital, or will be vital, wherever we're going to fight.
I'm very glad you mentioned the dozer blade, because I was actually part of it wasn't really a trial because we successfully did it. This was whilst we were out in Estonia. For the first time since, I believe, Chieftain, we actually fit a track width mine plough onto a Challenger 2. So normally you'd see that on the Trojan, the other T2 variant, the big angry one that clutches up. We managed to put that on a Challenger 2 and have the similar effect. Your point on urban warfighting. Most of the world is going to be living in urban environments soon. Whether we like it or not, we have to be able to fight in that environment, and the craft can do that with its blade. Spying over there with my recce eyes, we can see a recce vehicle coming to the fore. This is very much something that's not really used for the urban environment. What we've got here is Jackal 3. Okay, Jackal 3, this is the latest incarnation of the Jackal, and I believe it's the first time it's appeared with the British Army here at TANKFEST. Crewed by the Light Cavalry Regiments. What is it? It's a deep reconnaissance and fire support vehicle. Today on there, we have, up the top there, we've got Lance Corporal Watson from the Scots DG. Driving it today, we've got Lance Corporal Ryan from the Queen's Dragoon Guards. And the biggest round of applause I want is for Mr. Wayne Dennis, the Army's most important civil servant, commanding it. He has been with ATU for over 20 years. I can guarantee you that man has put more kit and equipment into the hands of our soldiers than any other. He deserves his recognition there. Anyway, what does the vehicle do? It travels at road speeds when it's on the road, 100 kilometers an hour. It can go 50, 60 cross country if you're brave enough. The key things that you're noticing with the Jackal 3 there, it's got a windscreen. It's got a windscreen and it's got the enhanced rollover protection, or ROPS as we call it, on the top, which allows it to actually have a roof. It's slightly boxier, slightly heavier than the Jackal 2, therefore the engine's been upgraded, gives it better protection as well, and it's still got that classic V-shaped hull underneath. Designed to operate at length, its last being used was Op Newcombe in Mali, where a troop of these were able to go out for a week at a time, being resupplied by the supply variant, which we call the Coyote, the 6-wheel variant that the troop sergeant would drive.
And I mentioned this before, but it's interesting to know we are now not always painting them in this, what we would consider a Middle Eastern sand sort of colour, isn't it? Because we've now got urban ops, so we've got urban camouflage, and of course, you mentioned we're out in Estonia, so very different camouflage schemes now coming back on vehicles.
Having enjoyed some of your videos on personal camouflage patterns, I think it's a really interesting time for armoured vehicles as well, because there is work being done. What is the new camouflage pattern going to be? We all remember Berlin camo. Is it going to be digital? Are we going to be going for some kind of disruptive camouflage pattern? It's quite exciting in that time. Yeah, that is a vehicle that is more than likely being used in a sandy condition, so we've still got that colour. But watch this space, because who knows what we're going to be doing. We do a lot on work of disruption, trying to break up the outlines of vehicles. That can be achieved with add-on camouflage. It can be achieved with simple paint.
And one thing that perhaps many people hear, you can obviously see that vehicle. We're looking through our eyes. It might be that you're going to be looking through binoculars if it's, again, out there on campaign. Don't forget, a lot of systems now are looking at vehicles through thermal, so you're trying to protect against that, so you see a thermal image of the vehicle. And of course, the other thing is this word electronic signature. It's pumping out another set of signals, isn't it, that you want to detect if it's the enemy or hide if it's yours.
The biggest thing for that is radio transmission, and being part of an armoured regiment, if anybody's got any experience in tanks, you know we like to waffle nonsense over the net. So that is a real training thing. We need to really minimise that when we're moving into position. We need to be able to do that without transmitting, because when we're transmitting, we're giving our location away.
And when you see these vehicles, by the way, it's not just out in the middle of, like as we were used to before with the earlier versions, Iraq, Afghanistan, but the idea of those, they did the exercise where they send them across Poland to the Baltic, and they are very speedy and impressive. You've got a fair old lump there with a 50 caliber that can turn up and do some damage.
Yeah. 500-600 kilometres road mileage you're able to do. The whole purpose of the wheeled vehicle that we'll touch on, it doesn't have that massive logistic chain. We are able to move it by the road, not dependent on rail systems. And here's another one of these vehicles. So what we've got here, the Foxhound, today crewed by Sergeant Duncan driving it, Sergeant Jackson driving it, and WO2 Duncan of the King's Royal Hussars. This is a light protected patrol vehicle. Okay, designed to operate at length. Unlike a protected mobility vehicle, which tend to be a little bit larger, this isn't going to go into high threat environments. This was paired with Jackals on Op Newcombe. a direct replacement for the Snatch Land Rovers. When we learnt our lesson on the Herricks that they weren't suitable. Classic giveaways, the V-shaped hull that lets the blast kind of go up either side of it. You've only got one door. You can't see it, but the inside, the driver's side, doesn't have a door. That's all to maintain rigidity. And another word that we're going to touch on soon, modular. Okay, the modular elements of it mean that you can add bits and pieces on. The wheels, for example, are all individual drive, meaning, oh, it does sound nice as well. This vehicle is capable of driving on 3 wheels. I've not seen it tested, but in theory, that's what it can do.
And that idea is also about, there's another word, sacrificial. Sometimes you'll see vehicles with that classic V shape. It doesn't matter if it loses a wheel. It doesn't matter if it loses the bins on the side, as long as that central proportion that's in the middle there is actually keeping the crew safe. And also, amazingly, they're able to repair some of these quite quickly, aren't they? Things like Mastiff and everything, bolt on another wheel station. You know?
And this is the classic thing. Again, I've talked at length with people who visit us over there. The NATO, yes, it is more of a tank thing, the survivability, mobility. NATO and our, all that allies, we always prize survivability over manoeuvrability, which is why some of our vehicles might be a little bit bigger, but when they do get hit, we want to make sure our men and women are getting out of it and we can repair it afterwards.
And that in turn gives soldiers confidence who are in those vehicles, because they know. And I always thought here, when we were helping with the Ukrainians getting stuff, and I was amazed at how the Ukrainian soldiers, when they got in British kit, they all said, oh my goodness, someone's actually thought about us, having been used to old Soviet kit before, so that idea of someone who's trying to protect you as a primary asset, not just a vehicle. And you can see there that speed of those vehicles. I'm always fascinated. They're torsion bars down the side, aren't they? So you can actually see the springing mechanism are those funny rods going down the side of the hull there. And they're being twisted every time a vehicle goes over a bump. That's how a torsion bar works. Normally they're across the hull of a tank. There they are on the outside, laterally along the side of the vehicle.
Talking about modular, future-proofing wheeled vehicles, what we've got here is Boxer, okay, MIV, mechanised infantry vehicle. We'll get the good stuff out the way first. Crew today, we have got Lance Corporal Smith driving it, and we've got Staff Sergeant Smith of the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers commanding it. Unfortunately, a big friend of mine, Sergeant Major Latham, refused to get on here because he didn't want to be mentioned, but I've done it anyway. What is Boxer? Okay, Boxer is the future, the backbone of our heavy mechanised infantry brigades, okay, and indeed some of the armoured ones. What is Boxer not? Some people think this is given as a replacement to Warrior. It's not going to be that. It's not designed to be that. Multiple variants have already been in use. This vehicle has been in use in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Lithuania, in Australia. It is a successful vehicle. We know it's good. We're going to be getting about 600 of these. The initial tranche is going to be built in Germany. The remaining going to be brought over here to the UK, providing around 1,000 British jobs.
Now, one of the first things you see about this is scale, isn't it? It is a big-looking vehicle, but it's very mobile and very fast. And we also say in the past, tracks would go places, wheels can't. Wheels have caught up in many areas, haven't they? There's still actually speed, cheaper, mobile, faster. So obviously for the military, and easier to maintain. So obviously militaries like wheeled vehicles, don't they?
I recoil at the term cheaper. It's a cost-effective version of it. The logistical chain is much smaller, but you're absolutely right. The Boxer is a big vehicle, 32 to 38 tons. The variants we're going to be getting, this is actually the engineer variant. It's very hard to tell from the outside, but inside you sacrifice half of the seats that you would have a section of infantry in to be replaced, in effect, with a box that you can put deck cord, charges, all of that in there. Medical one is going to be slightly higher. And having been in the medical variant, the equipment in there is second to none. Currently going around in the old battlefield ambulances that we've got, they're very much of their time. This, along with other vehicles such as Ajax, is the cornerstone of us moving forward.
And when you look at this, so we said that word modular. For most people here, if you remember, go back, I'm a Thunderbirds generation person. So the pod on the back can be lifted off. So if you look at that vehicle from almost about, halfway down, that rear section can be lifted off. and a different pod put on for a different role should you need it. And there's going to be a range of those sort of different roles we know they're going to be used for, so different pods, and they're developing it further, aren't they? It may well be that the new 155 artillery system goes basically on the back of a Boxer.
And that looks like a very exciting prospect, having read a little bit about that. The thing with modular as well, not only does it allow it to change its battlefield role, but we can keep it current and competent. We can swap it out, we can upgrade it, something that possibly British armoured fighting vehicles have been guilty of not doing in the past. It future-proofs it, and it allows it room to develop, to keep up to pace with developing threats.
So all the time we'll be talking about this is first generation, second generation, newer things coming along the lines as well, and especially now all these, I don't even talk about digital stuff, infrastructure, all this way that new things can be plugged in. So what else we got coming around here? So another old favourite, we've seen it already this afternoon, but still in service. There's a tendency to already say it's gone. It isn't, it's still around.
No, it's not gone. And whilst the regiments traditionally using this are moving on to Boxer, Warrior has found a new lease of life. Now, before we get technical, we've got very, very important people on this vehicle today. Clearly all important, but we've got Sergeant with a J, because he's a rifleman, Sergeant Colville gunning. We've got Colour Sergeant Giffrin commanding. And the round of applause that I want to hear today. Driving, we've got Warrant Officer 2, Mikey Dutton. This is his last thing he's been doing. He's going to be leaving the army in 3 months or so after 25 years of service. Originally starting with the PWRR, he joined the Fusiliers because he loved the Warrior that much.
I was going to say, pretty much everyone who's served in the Warrior, they do like it. They think it's a great bit of kit, don't they?
It is. Movement, relative reliability, the ability to stop on its nose. It really can stop on a sixpence. What we've started using them for now is reconnaissance. I know you may think reconnaissance is a big noisy vehicle, but we can change the way we do reconnaissance. With drones, it allows you to increase recce standoff. What would have had a crew of 3 if we got here and 7 in the back? Well, we used to use CVRTs, now we're using Warrior. You've got all that room in the back.
And even though it's getting an older weapon, that 30mm Radon cannon is still a pretty punchy piece to take with you.
When you look at what it was used for originally, you know, laying fire down as infantry were dismounting, closing in and destroying His Majesty's enemies, 30mm Radon cannon, rapid fire, high explosive going overhead, it was perfect for what it was there for. Still massively in use. What you see here is the 510, the infantry carrying version. We've still got the 511s, the 512s, the 513s, the recce, the engineer, and then going on to your 14s, 15s, the artillery variants. So whilst our doctrine may be changing in terms of armoured infantry, it's not with the other things, the other specialist vehicles, and they're still very much in use and very much in demand.
And behind, of course, any fleet of vehicles, there's a training remit, there's spares, there's all those things. And again, as we were saying, these staying in service for that much longer, again, you've still got to keep an eye on them, because if there's a new little bit, they had, what was it, a few years ago, new cameras put over the rear doors, things like that. Again, you're still having to have these in the stable up the road, because if they're in service, there might well be something that you're going to have to look at, a new add-on, whatever's the next generation.
And I'm glad you mentioned the camera, because that is actually something that we did over the road at ATU. Came down, added it, and simple fixes like that have gone missing so long, it's a massive difference maker. All the vehicles now are getting not 360 cameras, but with that high threat that possibly, dare I say, drones are creating, you want to be able to have full visibility 360 degrees without having to be exposed above the turret.
We mentioned it yesterday, but one of the great defensive mechanisms on its own is speed. The fact it is so fast, you're hoping basically the enemy gunners aren't going to get a chance to actually lay their guns on you before you've even got there, dropped off the infantry, and you're back for tea and biscuits. You know, it's that quick, isn't it?
As the adage goes, speed is the best armour,
yeah.
Okay? And bear in mind, when that's being used properly, it's going to be used in conjunction with this, okay? Challenger 2, as we see here, up armoured, everything we can do. This is the infamous Megatron. our favourite tank from over the road at ATU. This is pretty much what we can do with a Challenger 2 top end, a combination of OES and TES. If you want to get into a technical debate about what the difference is, Staff Sergeant Anthony Cherritt of the KRH is your guy to do that. He told me he'd love to do that. We've got the remote weapon system. We've got the ECM suite at the top. We've got the add-on armour. This is the pinnacle. If we're going to go into a high threat environment, this is what we're doing it in. 3rd generation main battle tank. We've got composite armour. We've got the fully automated electronic fire control system, meaning irrespective of what speed we're travelling, we can use that weapon system from a fully stabilised position. A quick shout out to those on board and the ones that you can't see. Driving today, we've got Trooper Thompson from the RTR, we've got Lance Corporal Reamer from the RTR, and commanding, we have our Canadian 2IC from ATU, Major Ben Mitchell.
So in many ways, Megatron's become a bit of a star, hasn't it? Because it's always the one that comes down here, gets photographed, it's always the one with the extras on. And this is a plea because, of course, when Challenger 3 comes into service, we want you to leave Megatron here so it can become a collection piece. I'm sure you can sign that off. You've got the right pay grade, haven't you?
I mean, above my pay grade, but I'm all for it.
Okay. So it is that, and I keep coming back to, that's the point. You look at all those other bits of kit there, just the idea, someone's got a great idea, we add it to the vehicle, it may be very positive, but what if it interferes with something else? You can see it physically there with things like bar armour, why it needs to be mobile, why it can rock at the back as you've got all those things, but also other bits of electronics. If they're interfering with each other, we've done no one any favours.
That's why we trial it, that's why we test it, you're absolutely right. I can think of only a couple of trials where some really good piece of kit has been on it, but integration has been the drama. And unfortunately, with the older platforms, that's something that you learn to live with. Thankfully, from those lessons learned, we try and stop those issues becoming apparent on the newer vehicles.
And this idea that there's so many modern plug-in systems, that idea we've got an infrastructure now that, again, in the past, the electronics were almost separate for everything. Now we can take one thing out, plug something in, or that's the idea one hopes, isn't it?
Modularity, as we've said, buzzword, but it's all about that, future-proofing and modularity.
So one other thing's when the Challenger 2s, obviously some of those Challenger 2 hulls being used in Challenger 3s, they're being upgraded, of course. What we're looking at here as well, the hunter-killer system, and he's going to use his smoke, so be warned as we go around. He's doing that just by putting diesel on the hot exhaust, and it's a way of creating, and it also acts against thermal as well to a degree, doesn't it?
It does. So we're fortunate because at the front you'll see we do have the normal multi-barrel smoke grenade dischargers, much more of a defensive thing. We really need to get out of trouble, let's pop it. But the ability to blast smoke by simply belting the diesel on can create confusion, and it can mask our movement. But what you've got to remember with smoke is it works both ways. We can't magically see through our own smoke, so it needs to be used liberally.
And again, it's a simple thing, but the fact you're hiding, your bridge layer, etc., if that's all going on, the fact that smoke is confusing the enemy, maybe we're there, maybe whatever. And again, as an army, we've got to get better at that all the time, isn't it? The Russians are very, very good at deception. You don't just dig one tank hide and put a Challenger in it, you do 5 and hope they waste all their ammunition on the empty ones, sort of thing that way. Now he's backing off in there. What we're going to do in just a moment for you, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring those vehicles back out. They're going to parade around, so you've got a chance taking a photograph. They'll stop briefly, so with any luck, you'll be able to give a wave, and if the families are here, they'll be able to see their hubbies or partners there in a bit more of a close-up for a photo moment. And before they all, then they're going to be heading off from the site, but before they all do go, I repeat what I was saying earlier. They are your army. If you're British here, they're the people that can defend you. We do need to own them more, and we do need to care and make sure we do the right thing by them. So please give them a round of applause so we can show our support to them and their families who have come here with them today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed to David Willey and also to Corporal Lucas Wright for talking us through these amazing armoured vehicles that are currently part of the Army fleet. They're not going to be staying around for long. They've all got to get off. I think they're on a promise of fish and chips tonight. So if you want to get any pictures, now's the time to do it while they're parked up. And once again, please give them a great big round of applause. As David said, these are our army. And really important, of course, on Armed Forces Week. As I mentioned earlier on, not that anyone ever listens to anything I say, don't dash off. The Tank Museum site's open until 6 o'clock this evening, so you've got plenty of time to go into the Tank Museum if you've not been in it, go into the Vehicle Conservation Centre if you've not been in there, or pop down to see the Tank Park or even the Babcock Activity Zone. Of course, they're proud partners of TANKFEST this year, which leaves me only to say thank you very much indeed to you for coming. Don't forget your 2027 tickets at 2026 prices at tankfest.org when you get home. And from myself, a big thank you from all of the staff, all of the volunteers, the directors, the speakers today, and of course as well, big thanks to everyone who's done the audio visual. Hopefully you've enjoyed TANKFEST. Make sure you fill in the feedback form and have a very safe journey home.
Another fantastic display from the British Army, of course, and no better way to round off the live arena show at TANKFEST 2026. But please stay with us because we've got a few more things to show you before we wrap it up.
That's right, it's been absolutely fantastic. Plenty of noise, plenty of dust and plenty of sunshine. Tickets are available for TANKFEST 2027 right now, so please go to our website, tankmuseum.org, and have a look at your travel plans.
And travel plans.
Travel plans.
Sorry, Nick, go on.
Oh, sorry, yes, I was not done yet. So there are many ways you can support the Tank Museum. I've said before, the Tank Museum is a registered charity, and we couldn't exist if it wasn't for your support. People out there, people who are enthusiastic about the story of armoured warfare. So if you've appreciated what we've done today, and if you'd like to support us, please go to our website. There are many different ways that you can support us. We've got our King Tiger V2 appeal. We've got our brand new Conqueror appeal. And of course, you can go along to our online shop and find something as a souvenir for TANKFEST that you never knew you needed.
I'll always find
Now I'm done.
I have something, Richard.
Oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah. So I need to read the names properly. We do have the winners of the RC Tank giveaway. So for the top two, the winner is Eat My Laptop. Love the name.
Sorry?
Eat My Laptop.
Right.
That's the name they chose. And then for the King Tiger, which unfortunately we have to send for some minor repairs before we ship it out.
Oh.
Is going to Grigor_GR. So congratulations to those two people. Thank you very much.
Were you playing with it? Is that what happened?
Yes, we tried to drive it in the arena and then that didn't go so well.
Oh, massive congratulations. Great prizes, and
I'm sorry. We had to cross your name out. Somebody might say something. It was like, wait, Richard won this?
Now, keeping on the theme of the modern British Army, FAM was extremely fortunate to be invited to the D&M Driver and Maintenance School in Bovington Camp recently, and this is what he got up to.
I can guarantee you've never seen a classroom quite as amazing as what we're about to show you. I'm down here at the D&M School, the Driving and Maintenance School on Bovington Camp. And this is where the guys learn everything all the way leading up to them driving Challenger 2. Everything from learning about different bits on the vehicle to getting in the simulator and then driving the real deal on the roads. So let's get in there and have a look at the kit that's behind me. I'm joined here by Lance Corporal Scott Eustace, who is part of the Royal Tank Regiment and is here in what has to be regarded as one of the coolest classrooms I've ever been in. Scott, when you finished your phase 1 training and you started phase 2 and walked through those doors for the first time, could you tell us a little bit about how you felt? I imagine it was probably quite overwhelming, maybe?
Yeah, I was definitely overwhelmed. Scared as well, I think, because there's this big, killing machine essentially in front of me. And yeah, there's just so much on the vehicle. Like, I guess sort of the common eye, this is like, oh, what are all these different, lids and circular things and bolts and stuff, and it's very confusing. And just like you go curious as well. You can like, what does that do? What does this do? Why would the press this button, sort of thing? Yeah, it's definitely quite a bit scary at first. Obviously now, I'm fully trained on it, so it's not as terrifying to look at. But yeah, I was definitely confused, but also quite curious as well.
What's the first step in actually becoming a driver for a Challenger 2? Because I highly doubt they would just to let you hop straight in and get driving around the camp.
So you'll start off doing the theory work. So you'll learn all the maintenance, how everything works, ins and outs, that sort of stuff. And then you'll go to the simulation bit. So you'll actually hop into more or less a one-of-one remake of what actually is in the vehicle, minus the armour, turret, and the engine as well, of course. And you'll learn literally from, again, moving a few meters to going around a certain corner to reversing, doing like bridge crossings, that sort of stuff. So everything you do in real life, you do in the simulations first. Okay. Because health and safety. Yeah. And yes, you'll start off with that, and eventually you'll progress, then actually going on the vehicle itself and doing it in real life, which is what everyone looks forward to, more or less.
Should we have a look at it then?
Yes, let's go.
Let's do it.
So you'll put your feet first on the seat, and then kind of like wriggle yourself in. It's a bit uncomfortable, it's a bit confusing, but if you just give it a go,
give it a go, yeah.
Just don't hit anything, obviously, of course.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Yeah, so if you then try and get your head up into this little...
Just round the front?
As well, yeah. Again, it is very confusing at first. This is where it's good to be be smaller.
I bet.
Then tall, obviously.
There we go.
Cool, yeah. So where your right foot is accelerator, and then brake power is left foot. When you're braking, you want to put 2 feet on because it's a big vehicle and you get more pressure out of it as well. It's kind of risky being just 1 feet. You've got your gear selector to your right as well. Essentially, it's not like a normal manual where you'll put it into gear. You kind of put it into like a selection. It'll go to 1 to 2 or 1 to 6 or whatnot.
Is that a pre-selector?
Yeah, essentially, yeah. And you've got your handbrake there. You've got to crank it. It's on a chain, so it's not just like, you've got to crank it a few times.
So
and then obviously your tillers as well, where you pull left and right. In reverse, obviously, it's the opposite way around.
Yeah.
Then you should be able to start driving.
Oh wow, that's so weird. It's got feedback as well. Wow, well, that's an experience. I've never been in a simulator quite like this. Incredibly detailed. I mean, I've got the entire like cluster to my left. It's just, it feels very surreal. I'm not sure I'd be able to fit one of these in my room at home, but absolutely brilliant experience. This has been really, really cool. And thank you so much, Scott. Like, this is absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
Well, finally, that is the end of our live stream for TANKFEST 2026. Have you all had a great time this weekend?
Amazing.
Marvellous.
Will you come back again next year?
Absolutely.
Hopefully.
Fantastic. As I said earlier, tickets are available now at tankmuseum.org. But I've got a few thank yous I'd like to say. First of all, thank you to all of you for watching and for your continued support. It really is so important to us, and we really, really appreciate it. I want to thank all of our visitors, all of our staff and our volunteers who make this incredible event happen. There are months and months of work going on behind the scenes here to bring you such a special event. And also, I'd like to thank our partners and friends at World of Tanks for all of their support for the Tank Museum now and over the years, and all the team behind the cameras as well. So thank you all very much.
And of course, all it really needs for us is, again, to thank Nick, our co-host here. It's a fair few years now. And also everybody, of course, all of you at home, all of the community, all of the World of Tanks players and everybody else. So thank you once again for joining us.
And thank you, I want to reiterate again, thank you, Nick, and to the museum for great hospitality, the amazing ice cream in this heat. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to all of you viewers at home. I hope you enjoyed the show and claiming all your goodies. Congratulations to the winners. Check out the Tank Museum and worldoftanks.eu websites for the latest news and information, and we'll see you next time.
See you next year.